Okay. Sorry. Yeah. All right. Sorry. Start times are a rough approximation. Haha, Ron. Okay, welcome. If my audio's bad, let me know. Oops. All right. What do I want to start with? So, there's a few things. The main things that were inspiration for this were I was thinking about PVK's Homeroom the other day. And I've been thinking a lot about this term literal versus actual. And Grimm the other day said, we don't actually mean literal, we mean actual. And I think that's true because that really gets at the difference between potency and actualization. Being, the point is to live everything, Rilke. So I was thinking about that because, and then I was just listening to Ken had what's his name? The new hot girl, the famous convert. What is it? I just had it up on YouTube. Why can't I remember things? Jordan Hall on his thing. And Jordan, when he was saying, I've never made this connection, but literal is just connected to literature, which makes me think of McLuhan, which makes me think of technology. And so that when everyone is saying literally all the time, what they mean, what I've really come to see what literal means is authority rooted in a text. And then that's connected to, what's the guy's name? I was talking to Chad about the Metamodern guy, Brendan, what is his name? Brendan Schlesinger. Yes, Tayo, I cut my hair and my mustache. And yes, I look like a kid. This is what all my children say. My daughter said that I shaved a lot of years off of my life. Yes, thank you. Brendan Dempsey. Brendan, I think I tagged you in the description because I posted your video with Christian, which was really good. So this is what happened with you, Brendan, if you watch this and if you're listening at some point. But I listened to most of your conversation with PVK. People were saying that PVK was being combative. And then one of your videos popped up in my feed where you were responding, like part one of responding to PVK's things. And I listened to about 20 minutes of it and I couldn't do it because it was just driving me crazy. It's just, part of it is like, I say this. Who was saying this to me? Neil, my boy Neil, if Neil's here, he was saying, like, he was talking about why Sam and I are a good pair because I'm a little more right-brained, but I can play the left-brained game, and Sam's a little more left-brained, but he can definitely play the right-brained game, and he understands the right-brained stuff. So like I can play the historical, critical, academic left-brain game where you're just going into all this detail, which is really just modernity. That's one of my beefs with this whole thing, the metamodern thing. Like, I was reading a description here. I want to read part of it. If I go away from my screen, can you still see? Oh, where? Shoot, I took it down. Did I take it down? Is it on a different page? I'm not very... Oh, metamodern. Here we go. Metamodernism refers to a number of related discourses about cultural developments that move beyond postmodernism by means of postmodernism. So I don't know, trampling down postmodernism by postmodernism. But see, like, all this, it's all abstract. This is the thing. It's all like what Barfield would say, beta thinking. It's all just like in your head. And David Bentley Hart talked about postmodernism. A lot of postmodernism. He said most postmodernism is really late stage modernism, which I think is very true. So anyhow, he said many metamodern, this is Wikipedia, many metamodern theorists characterize it in terms of both and mediations between aspects of modernism and postmodernism. For others, the term suggests an integration of those sensibilities with pre-modern, indigenous, and traditional cultural codes as well. Metamodernism is one of the number of attempts to describe postmodernism. I don't like the term. And part of that is because I like Barfield. Because even if you look at postmodernism, It's characterized by skepticism towards the Enlightenment worldview. Okay, great. See, like that? If you just say postmodernism is an intellectual stance or mode of discourse characterized by skepticism toward elements of the Enlightenment worldview, amen, glory, hallelujah. Am I still? I think that's fantastic. But then you keep reading, and it says it questions the grand narratives of modernity, rejects the certainty of knowledge and stable meaning, and acknowledges the influence of ideology in maintaining political power. Absolutely. Could not agree more. The idea of objective claims is dismissed as naive realism, emphasizing the conditional nature of knowledge. Correct. Postmodernism embraces self-referentiality, epistemological relativism, moral relativism, pluralism, irony, irreverence, and eclecticism. I'm still probably okay with all that. It opposes the universal validity of binary opposition, stable identity, hierarchy, and characterization. See, like, I like all of that, but like what often happens, this is why I have, I distinguish between two different kinds of postmodernism. One is the late stage modernity that David Bentley Hart talks about, which I call mofo postmodernism, which is like, you're not really a postmodernist. Because like if you're really doing all that stuff in post-modernity, you're going into like what my boy, see you, Bub, love you. My son leaving for school. You go into like what McMo would call like, or my boy Mitch, Christian nihilism, or like actual nihilism. Because if you're seeking, this is all circling back to getting to my point of what I'm going to read here. But you're seeking a kind of knowing that is inaccessible to you. You're never going to have objective knowing. That's impossible. That's a myth of modernity. It's an illusion of modernity. Like Kant was right, I think. It's above your purview. You're incapable of that kind of knowing because it requires omniscience, and it also assumes a quantitative omniscience. Usually, when people talk about omniscience, they're thinking of knowledge as quantitative data points. Which is that even what knowledge is? Is knowledge equivalent to data? Are those synonymous? And is there a quantity of them? Well, that gets in the problems of infinity and set theory stuff of like, who's that guy that had the set of all sets, like that kind of stuff. I forget the thinker, but so like when most people are talking about postmodernism, they're really modernists. Like that's the mofo postmodernism. If postmodernism becomes the new meta narrative that then you seek, the new ideology that seeks to control all other ideologies, it's the new ring to rule them all, then that's not postmodernism. That's modernism. That's ideology feigning as postmodernism to control everyone else and to be skeptical of everyone else and prove everyone else wrong. It's still that, which is dumb, because that's the thing that postmodernism is trying to say is wrong to begin with. So then I think the honest postmodernists are the one that realize what George MacDonald said, which is the fact is no man understands anything. When he understands that is his first tottering step, not towards understanding, but towards the capacity of one day understanding. Okay, so that's modernism, postmodernism. So I was watching that Brandon Dempsey thing, and I was just thinking like, oh, it's just like, you can't think your way out of a prison made of thought. Krishna Das. You cannot reason with a rationalist that rationalism is irrational. So those things were driving me nuts. So then literal. That's all literal. It's putting authority in literature, in the written word. It's biblicism, or it's scientism, or it's, scientism is just the Bible, but it's the new peer-reviewed, double-blind, tested, placebo-controlled studies. And which studies? The ones by the right experts, the ones that are true. It's scientific biblicism. Whatever. It's all the same thing. If you have eyes to see, to the patterns, to the spirit underneath, it's all the same thing. It's a form of rationalism. Okay. It all drives me crazy. Whether it's Christians, whether it's atheists, whether it's whomever. Now I want to read this article that I discovered because I Googled, when I watched that Paul video, watched some of the Brandon video. The Christian Baxter video was very great. That's in the description because it was more personal. It was more relatable. And then Brandon said at one point in there, okay, let's get it beyond all this personal stuff. And I was like, no, stay in the personal stuff. Like, this is where I actually became interested in you. When you were talking about all the ideas in and of themselves before I knew you, I was bored. All right. So then I typed in this word because I was just like, the kind of knowing that's the difference between literal knowing, like, did Christ raise literally? Is that what's literally, historical, critically, rationally, academically? Is it in the text? Is that what's real? But like, again, it's the hard problem of all consciousness, is like even your perception of the text is denying if you're trying to get the objective reality of what's in the text, you're denying the perceiver, you're denying yourself, you're abstracting, which is what leads to nihilism. It's a denial of the you in it, which is Christian and I spoke about this actually in his conversation with me, is that there are certain kinds of, this is where I am critical of certain propositions and certain forms of thinking, which are potential, that lead to a kind of nihilism, like penal substitutionary atonement, for example, like certain understandings of ontology and being of me and of the Trinity that lead to a kind of nonsensical pantheism, I think. Like where it's a denial of yourself. I don't know, that's fresh on my mind because I was just at my parents' church for Western Easter, which was basically just a sermon on penal substitutionary atonement, and I received it well. I did not say anything. I didn't talk to the pastor. I didn't talk to my parents about it. I just received it. And, I don't know. People will say straw men abound. CW was saying that to me the other day about something. McMo will maybe. Grog wants to get in here. Is Grog here? T-Grog? All right. So I typed into Google this phrase, Mistological, because that is what I see. It's probably essentially it's the same thing as iconic knowing. It's the same thing as Persilus knowing. It's probably the same thing as what Jordan Daniel Wood is talking about when he talks about Christologic. Because Christologic would be Christ, the mystery of Christ, tied with logic, which is the identity of identity and non-identity. So it's non-dual. So it doesn't fall into this either-orism and the binary thinking. It's whole brain thinking. You don't want to half-ass it. You want to whole-ass it. You don't want to half-brain it. You want to whole-brain it, because that's how all thinking works. It's actually the left brain and the right brain, but where the right brain is the master. And I typed in that term, and the first thing that came up in my search, I think it was Google because it was on Safari, was this article, Mystagogical Realism by Sarah Hinckley Wilson. I don't know. I might try to reach out to this person because I had never heard of them. But they wrote this article, and the picture that came up on the top right away, and the first thing that was talking about or was That Hideous Strength. And I was just like, oh my gosh, this person is awesome. So I want to read part of this. And that will illustrate part of my point. And then what else do I want to bring in? That's probably going to be all. No, two other things, because I have books here. So one of them is Tolstoy. I've been reading The Forged Coupon, which is my first Tolstoy. And there's a section in here that I think is very pertinent to this, talking about this Father Vedensky. I think it's Russian. I don't pronounce Russian well. And then also I want to talk about a quote, this thing here from Loris, which is a fantastic book. I want to understand perception and time, but this is first. So I want to read some of this. Grogan, you're here, buddy. Love you. Love you. Thanks for coming. So mystagogical realism, and it says, mystagogical realism is a potent genre for our late modern world, disenchanted of mystery and yet more perceptible than ever to secrets. Also, by the way, I don't know if this is just a synchronicity, but in that Climbing Mount Sophia thing with Ken, Jordan Hall was on there, and he quoted McLuhan. And he quoted McLuhan from this article, which is from a book, I guess. And Jordan could be reading this on his own. It's not that he's just like watching my videos, but it's the exact same quote that was central to the quote that I read the other day from McLuhan, which is Christ is Jesus, and Christ is the place where the meaning and the message is one. There is no division between meaning and message, because the medium is the message. And in Christ, there is no division in that, is one thing, which is fantastic. I read that on a previous live stream, if you're interested in that. All right, so let's read this. I can remember the first time someone told me about Gabriel Garcia Marquez's 100 Years of Solitude. It's magical realism, he told me. What's that mean? I asked. The answer, there's a priest who levitates when he drinks hot chocolate. That was enough for me. I was hooked. You can guesstimate when this conversation took place based on the fact that I ended up reading my book in my private berth on an Amtrak, traversing halfway across the country because all the flights were shut down due to a terrorist attack on the Twin Towers. Marquez's fiction has a distinct flavor all its own of hot chocolate, but it wasn't so far off from other books I'd known and loved but had no collective term for. Top of the list was C.S. Lewis's That Hideous Strength. Yes. Venus. That Hideous Strength takes place. Oh, no, sorry. I did not start out loving this book, probably because I was too young at first, the first time I read it. But more importantly, because the trilogy structure inadvertently misled me. Out of the Silent Planet takes place on Mars. Perelandra takes place on Venus. And That Hideous Strength takes place on Earth? I was bitterly disappointed that first time through. But subsequent rereading shifted its status from my least favorite of the trilogy to my very favorite of all Lewis's works. And that's something I've said. Lewis, I think most people like Perelandra the most, and then they like Till We Have Faces, which is excellent. Lewis thinks that's maybe his greatest work. But people sleep on That Hideous Strength, I'm telling you. Like, if you get what's going on in That Hideous Strength, that's why she's writing this article and why I'm so passionate about this magical realism, mystagogical realism, Mystological, Christologic, because it will save us from this ridiculous modernity and way of thinking that we're trapped in, the divided world, the two worlds universe. Anyhow, sorry. Okay, so it's the favorite of all Lewis's works. It spoke to the intuition that there is much of a wondrous nature even on this earth. The problem is not wonder's absence, but my and our perception thereof. Very Barfieldian. Yes. In the same way, much as I enjoyed A Wrinkle in Time, the novels of Madeleine L'Engle that I've reread and loved the most are The Arms of the Starfish, The Young Unicorns, and A Ring of Endless Light. All three remain on terra firma, but strew wonders across the paths of characters. Much later in life, I stumbled onto Charles Williams, who I've not read yet, but I know Ted S. is a big Charles Williams fan, and he's, the artistic one, the most artistic, poetic of the Inklings, I think, whose fiction is virtually unclassifiable and regularly violates the rules of storytelling and yet somehow manages to work. Platonic forms descend, tarot cards speak, doppelgangers haunt, ancient stones defy the laws of physics, and all these reveal spiritual character. It's hardly by accident that these three authors were professed Christians and wrote out of and toward their faith. But having never come across a satisfactory term for what distinguishes their fiction from that of other Christians, I've decided to coin one: mystagogical realism. So she's making up terms. Good for her. That's what I like to do. Mystagogy. Now this, we're getting to the the more intellectual, meaty stuff here, that I think. Mystagogy is a term for the early church, most associated with Saint Cyril of Jerusalem and his mystagogical homilies. And this is this is like standard in the Orthodox Church. People will talk about differences in historical criticism will look at these differences in the Gospels and just be like, which is true and which is going on, and that's just the wrong way to approach that. That's not what the Gospels are doing. The Gospels are, but in the Orthodox Church, are mystagogical. They're meant to train you, to catechize you. It's not a scientific textbook teaching you literal authority rooted in the words, facts about history. That's not what's going on. It's forming your consciousness in a way that is, I don't know, it's like Terrence Malick, it's Heideggerian. It's a mystagogy that is washing over you and changing your apprehension of what is. It's purifying your eyes to perceive the divine light in whom we live and move and have our being. Or the uncreated light of hesychasm or whatever. That is what the Gospels are trying to do in their own particular ways, especially the Gospel of Luke. Anyhow, so The Orthodox have always thought that way. So, mystagogical homilies. It means the process of inducting or teaching, hence the gogy, like in pedagogy, the mysteries of the faith. Catechumens to the church before baptism would be brought into the full range and meaning and practices of Christianity as preparation for the sacrament. Now, what's interesting, and my priest said this in my conversation with him about this, we don't say the creed before you're baptized. That's not within the Orthodox liturgy. You say the creed after the dismissal of the catechumens. So the catechumens are taught with the mystagogical homilies, and they're taught about the church before they say the creed and before they see the mysteries of the Eucharist. Interesting thing. So C.S. Lewis conceptualized his Narnia books in something of this fashion, as a kind of proto-evangelion or preparation for the gospel. And certainly the wondrous tales of the not tame lion have done that for many. But the sad truth is that none of us have actually managed to find a wardrobe with everlasting winter on the other side of the fur coats. If you have, let me know. Which suggests to disappointed adults that divine life might prove to be just as fictional as the Chronicles of Narnia. Sorry, I've just had this. Brandon, sorry that I'm just putting your name up there forever. My apologies. Hence the other half of the term realism. And I've had conversations with my friend Preston Sprinkle about this. There's some, what is he, a critical realism? It's like a N.T. Wright term. I forget, anyway, whatever. Sorry about that aside. Hence the other half of the term realism. These are wonders that do not require an exit from reality to be experienced. as if you could, right? More than that, this kind of realism that's a divided world. Like, where are you going to go? You're going to get out of reality? To where? To your mind, to your nominalistic, not real, merely emergent mind? Like, that's not real? That kind of nonsense. Like, divided world statements drive me crazy. It's one story universe. So sorry. This kind of realism counters the other claimant to realism, which is really just nihilism in disguise. Mystagogical realism disputes faith in the abyss of nothingness that believes itself to have the upper hand, scientifically, philosophically, and ethically. What ultimately got to me about that hideous strength is that for all the fantastical elements, Merlin, sorry, I don't know how to say this, Oyeresu, how do you say this term? Where is it? This. Oyeresu. It's like God in the trilogy. A decapitated head kept alive artificially, which I've been telling people, read that hideous strength. It's like it's the script the modern world is living by. It's unbelievable with AI and stuff, whatever. It reads like something that could happen. However, much events lie at the edges of human experience. Same for the dolphins in Langle's A Ring of Endless Light and the generation-spanning, time-reversing power of substituted love in William's Descent into Hell. There's a red thread connecting these contemporary works with earlier ones like The Divine Comedy. Dante almost certainly thought that hell and purgatory were physically accessible to humans, following the best science of his day, and even Pilgrim's Progress, which for all its allegory is meant to be perfectly realistic. But I would go so far as to say there is no red thread connecting these classic and contemporary works of mystagogical realism to so much of what falls under the label of Christian fiction, just as there is no discernible connection between the cantatas and passions of J.S. Bach and the latest release of, quote, Christian rock. Now here's the part that I have highlighted. And that's because there's a difference. This is key. There's a difference between a mystery and a secret. A secret can be known propositionally. Okay, this is Polanyi. What she's saying, the kind of knowing that she's talking about, when she's saying known here, she's saying in a conscious, articulable, propositional way. A literary way, literal knowing in a propositional base. Literal knowing leads to propositional tyranny. This is what Aristotle meant with writing will make us forget. That, like, all that. So, like, when she's saying known, just know that she's talking about modernist knowing, what Polanyi says, which has all these assumptions baked into it. So a secret can be known propositionally, and once known, withheld and or exploited. The worst kind of dispensationalist Christian fiction does not believe in God, but in the timestamp of the ages, and thus how to get yourself on the right side of history. The exclusivist religion on the right side of history? Anyone? I love it when things like that happen. I love it. Lest you get so thus how to get yourself on the right side of history, lest you get left behind, right? Left Behind series. In a world of secrets, advantages are zealously guarded, and faith is actually the acquisition of arcane knowledge, like, say, the relationship between the Holy Grail, Mary Magdalene, and Da Vinci's Last Supper. Much more exciting than repentance and forgiveness, that's for sure. See, it's not like that's Gnosticism. It's secret clubs. It's like, oh, if you know this or you say these secret words, then you're in. Sorry, forgive me. But secrets are not mysteries. Even if they say they're mysteries, also I'm flipping off principalities. Even if they say they're mysteries, even if they require faith, even if they strew angels, demons, thrones, and principalities every which way, they are actually rationalist to the core. They are explicable and possessible and controllable. As such, they are the enemy of art and Christian faith alike. Okay. Secrets are not mysteries. Even if they say they're mysteries, even if they require faith or evidence-less belief, again, that's all stupid. That's a divided world. Even if they strew angels, demons, thrones, principalities every which way, they are actually rationalist to the core. Even if you do miracles in my name and say you love me and have all the outward appearances of faith, inward you're whitewashed tombs. You have no love in me. Depart from me, I never knew you. God will judge at the end the wheat from the chaff. He will discern the heart of men. He will reveal the whole mystery of Christ, which is Christ in me. Jordan Daniel Wood. Link to that with Wayne Fair. So secrets are explicable and possessible and controllable. As such, they are the enemy of art and Christian faith alike. A mystery is not a secret. Mystery is limitless. Infinite, limitless. Mystery can be plundered and yet renew itself endlessly. It is iconic. A secret loses its secret quality the more people know it. A mystery is inexhaustible and can embrace hosts of seekers without any diminution. Any diminishment? How can I not say that word? To itself. Okay, the greatest of all mysteries is the God who loves sinners. The God who strews wonders before our feet, knowing that most of us will trample them underfoot even without noticing. The God who gives himself up to death and abandons himself and then comes to himself in the depths of hell and raises himself up to new life. The God who keeps the wonder of creation going, deferring the end because the unfolding story remains so wondrously good despite its horrors it still harbors. That's why mystagogical realism is a genre of such potency for our late modern world, disenchanted of mystery and yet more susceptible than ever to secrets. That's true. We are very susceptible to secrets because everybody's trying to know. How do I know? How do I get saved? What do I got to do? What secret do I... No, stop it. Stop it. It is not a genre that pretends humanity hasn't gone through convulsions of modernity and technology and science and democracy and totalitarianism. It doesn't require believers to unknow what they've already come to know. It's not a genre of pat and tidy happy endings because it knows that the great and glorious happy ending is far beyond any middle-term human tale. It is not a genre of deus ex machina because it professes instead the deus sepulchro? What would that be? What is that in Greek? Sepulcher? Death. Yeah. The not the power of the machine, the power of death. Love is real. Grace is real. Mystery is real. Mystagogical realism is a fiction that transforms the reader's perception to behold the reality that's been trampled. Yeah, step. Silence, step. This is why I came into the world. Christ speaking to Father Rodriguez. Those with ears to hear, let them hear. Now, two more things I want to read. I'm on time-ish. So this is one of the priests. This is a priest from this book, from the Forged Coupon. And so this priest has all this. He has all these fights with this father who he hates, this unbelieving skeptic or rationalist type, an unbelieving person. And so this is written in it's set in like late 1800s pre-revolutionary Russia. So this father Zidensky, who hates this atheist, right? Observing the hardening spirit of nihilism and atheism, not only in the younger generation, but the older one too, became more and more convinced of the need to fight it. The more he condemned the unbelief of Sokhonikov and his like, the more convinced he was of his own firm and unshakable belief. The less he felt any need to test it or reconcile it with his own faith. His faith, acknowledged by all the world around him, was the principal weapon in his battle against those who would deny it. And like later, it just says like, okay, what did it say? So Father Mikhail, same guy, particularly offended by Smokovnikov's final words because he knew them to be true. Whatever. Sorry, go back. So this Smokognikov said, "Stop pretending. I know perfectly well that you don't believe in God or the devil either." And then, these are the words that he knew to be true. He had completed the whole course of teaching at the Theological Academy and had long ago given up believing in anything he professed and preached. All he believed was that everyone had to force themselves to believe what he himself forced himself to believe. That's the believing you ought to believe something versus actually believing it. This is the delusion that one can get into, thinking that you believe in things that you don't actually believe in. I would argue all of us do this all the time. This is why I think many Christians think they believe in God, and they don't really. It's mammon, Neil. They're just using it as a get out of jail free card, a get out of hell free card, as a ticket to get to heaven, to escape their fear of death. That's not belief in God. That's transactionalism. A lot of atheists say they don't believe in God, and they just don't believe in a certain God that they were taught. It doesn't mean they don't believe in the actual God. They just don't believe in a certain cataphatic God that they were taught about, which is fine. Tell me the God you don't believe in. I probably don't believe in him either. And that's why a lot of there are these articles that I've referred to from the 70s that were written in this Orthodox journal that talks about the purification of atheism. There are Orthodox journals that talk about essentially some atheists believe in God more than people that are in church all the time. So that's from Tolstoy. There's a couple other parts in here where it also mentions that this priest doesn't believe in God repeatedly, and he's not portrayed well in the book at all. So that's something. And then I don't know. I don't feel like the Loris quote is pertinent. But Loris is just great. I mean, the last thing I want to say, well, I don't know. This isn't really about time. I was going to read this Loris quote about there really only being one path, because I've been thinking about that with the Jordan Hall talk with Ken, but I don't think that is relatable to all this. So I'm going to open it up and read quotes, and then maybe somebody will come in and take over. I'm going to go, I'm going to be leaving at probably, I don't know. We'll see. Not super long. Yeah, Mark. So I just saw this comment by Mark. Yeah. Christ plays an antichrist, my friend. Christ plays everywhere. He plays in mammon. He plays in hell, trampling down death by death. He's actually even redeemed death. He's made death the gateway into salvation. So transactionalism can be a point of entry. God uses it like everything else. Amen. I completely agree with that. All right, let's go back here. Oh, Neil. I actually have been, well, never mind. Thank you. Yeah. Let's see. Well, as a theist, I would say Jesus is not the actual God. Okay. I don't know. I'm sure that has some context that I don't know. How nice. Denise? That's French. Sorry. Is it Denise? Dennis, probably. I can't tell. Happy to have found this channel. Well, that's great. I'm glad you have too. Kool-Aid. Am I doing Kool-Aid? Listen, here's the thing. If you think this you, if there's not an internal resonance with what someone is saying, you're not going to believe it. So take it or leave it, I guess. Believe it if you want to. Don't believe it if you don't want to. And it's not even about mere wanting. This is because belief is beyond your will. It's not even something you can will. Can you choose to believe something? Like, can I choose to believe that I have red hair? No. You can't. Can you choose your favorite? John Piper said this once in a great illustration. It's a very kind of like, it's a very
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome.
Oh, somebody wanted to hear a French accent. Bonjour. Je ne suis pas français. Je suis américaine. Je suis massachusettoise. Et je demeure aquí à Texas.
Nice. So I am terrible at French. I would love to learn French. I
didn't just cuss you out. I just said someone wanted to hear me, so I said I'm not really French.
Okay. And what all did you say? Did you say Texas?
Yeah, I was born and raised in Massachusetts, but about 25 years ago, I moved to Texas.
Okay, so you've seen the cultural gamut of American culture. I mean, somewhat.
Oh yeah, it's culture shock too. It took me 10 years to figure it out.
Yeah. So what part of Texas, if I may ask? You don't have to share. You can say generally.
Corpus Christi.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I was just outside of Dallas. I have family. So, and this is no offense to anyone in Dallas. My good friend Cal, who I got to meet while I was in Dallas. There's many people that I love who live in Dallas. That place is soul sucking to me. I don't like Dallas. It's just like, it feels like I'm trapped in like some unending maze and catacomb of just like suburban sprawl. And I don't like it at all.
Come to Corpus Christi.
Yeah. So welcome. So you said you just discovered this channel? Tell me how and when. And
I'm
why.
not sure how. Lately, the algorithm has I don't know what it does, but suddenly I've lost a lot of my favorite channels, which were music mostly. And I'm finding new channels. And I think I'm also finding new things because of something I did for my New Year's resolution, and I'm still struggling to keep up with it. I decided to stop answering questions that ask you to label yourself. And I've discovered it's not easy. We are so ingrained with, hi, my name is, and I am, fill in the blank.
Yep.
And so, and I found that the problem is now the explaining that I don't label myself anymore, I'm tempted to say, because I am, fill in the blank.
Yeah. No, I know. It's like well, I mean, you're going to fit in very well in this channel and with people that I know. I don't know how much you've watched of all the different Grail Country content and people. Are you on my channel or are you on Grail Country? Which did you discover?
I'm on Grail Country.
Okay. So,
and I watch a lot of this kind of thing. I listen while I work because I do a lot of craft work, and I'm into mostly at the moment it's textile work, mostly, hand sewing and stuff. So it's really pleasant to listen to these kinds of long discussions and interviews, and it's amazing, really.
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, that's Sherry, who is a main contributor on this channel, and I've known forever. She's in a lot of the series on here, and she often does. Lately, she's been doing read-throughs of works of George MacDonald, which we're all big fans of on this channel.
So who?
Her name is Sherry. Sherry.
Yeah, but who's the person that you're fans of?
George MacDonald. Are you familiar with
I'm
it?
not familiar with that one. I've recently discovered Ibrahim Karim.
Okay, I don't know. I don't know
He's
that.
with he's into biogeometry.
Okay.
And the thing is, a lot of the stuff, like when people are talking about sacred geometry, I'm really into it, but I get really frustrated with nonsense, and
Okay.
I can become very sarcastic. And in fact, while I gotta mention you, you said you're from the Dallas area. I have a whole cluster of nasty trolls who live in Dallas.
Nasty trolls?
Yeah, I have there's a little fan club of trolls that if you go to my channel, you'll discover I do engage with them occasionally, but I've reduced part of my refusal to self-label is I am reducing my feuding and fighting.
Yeah. Well, it's hard to I mean, so a quote that I love is the last acceptable remaining form of bigotry is against those with whom you disagree. And
Yeah.
if you do not, and I often don't like to even tell people who said that because that will immediately categorize it and put it into this thing of like right or wrong, like
Mm-hmm.
this thing that I was quoting, because one of my Lukeisms is the exclusivist religion of the right side of history, which is which side of
Yeah.
this line do you stand on? And if you stand on this line, then you're okay. And if you stand on that line, you're not okay. And that's what you're talking about, like identitarianism.
Mm-hmm.
If you categorize
Mm-hmm.
someone in this side or this side, then you can other them, and then you can scapegoat them, and they can be the enemy. Then you can have,
And you do it to
if
yourself as well when
oh,
you label yourself and say, well,
totally,
even if you say, oh well, I am somebody who loves everybody.
yes,
Well,
yeah,
now I
yeah,
just limited myself to not being somebody who's willing to feud and fight.
yes. Well, every label is a constraint. So everything you're saying, I agree with. And this is so Sherry, who also does a lot of textiles, like she raises her own sheep and knits and spins wool, and
Oh,
she does
wow.
that on
Yeah,
the channel
I
all the time.
learned how to spin yarn last year,
Yeah.
and I sort of set it aside because right now, my recent discovery is English paper piecing, which is a quilt making method.
Okay.
And it allows you, this is where it's really matching well with my interest in sacred geometry, because this method of making a quilt allows you to use intricate designs and not just squares.
Yeah.
And sacred geometry is kind of like next on my project list for my quilt making.
Mosaics. Like that's one of
Yeah.
my it's one of my big things is one of my big ideas is mosaic vision.
Yeah.
Because it's really that I think all of reality is a mosaic. To see anything is to see a mosaic, is to see a unity of things. So we'll often talk
Yeah.
about like a chair. When you see a chair, you're not seeing all the parts, you're seeing the unity of it. You can only actually see the
Hmm.
parts through a abstracted vivisection of the unity.
Yeah. And drawing a picture of a chair is actually one of the initial exercises for fine art study.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So this is other people will come in. Feel free to keep talking. Don't get distracted.
Yeah.
This is my friend Tayo.
Hello,
He's often
Gaio.
That's a
Tayo.
new one.
Tayo. Hello, Tayo.
Hi, Dennis. Dennis?
Denise.
Denise.
Dennis. Thank you. Yeah, it's really nice to see a fresh face on this channel. I'm curious. You mentioned sacred shapes. How did you get into sacred shapes? What's the allure?
Could you speak up a little bit? I'm using a new phone and I can't find my volume control.
Oh, that's all right. I'll shout if I need to. Don't worry.
Oh, I hear you better now.
Okay, great. Yeah, I was asking, how did you get into sacred shapes and why sacred shapes? What's the story with that?
Well, actually, I think I was always into it without realizing it, because my father had some special gifts in that regards. He was a tool maker, and he taught us as kids. It's kind of hard to explain. My father was what you might call a savant, and his talent in tool making for shape was that he could see three-dimensionally, the way, just automatically. He didn't, for example, he left school in 8th grade. never took trigonometry, but he actually is the person who built the parts of the Gemini capsule that the program just before going to the moon was Gemini. Then we had Apollo. And he did that because he could look at a blueprint. He didn't do the trigonometry. He just looked at the blueprint and saw the thing. And so they could use him, because we got to the moon with just a drill press and a lathe. We didn't have computers and lasers. They didn't even have lasers. You had to eyeball the measurements to make something. And so he taught us kids to look at things. And he used to take us on vacation. I think a moment when I had a little bit of a coup d'esprit, a little touch of the spirit when he was talking, he took me and my little brother down in Norwich, Connecticut, where he had, as a young man, he had helped build a bridge. And it was a continuous flow concrete bridge, which I think uses sacred geometry to make, it's a bridge that has nothing but straight concrete. There's nothing else in it. And you have to pour it. The story he told was, because he was it was during the WPA during the 1930s. He and his brothers were this crew. So they start at one outside of the river and they start pouring, and they cannot stop at all. They have to keep pouring so that there's no dryness introduced, and they get to the other side. Something happened in one of the crew, a group of the crew quit or were sick or something. So they had to, the first crew that started had to keep going. And he tells the story of how they kept going for something like 30 or 40 hours straight. And then he dropped on they got to the other bank and they just dropped it down into a dead sleep and woke up. And so he took us to tell us this family story. And he would always take us to these places and ask us where the structures had their strong points. So we learned right away to look at a building or anything and just see where we could see the energy of the stress of the weight on it. And if you study Gaudi's cathedral in Spain, in Barcelona, that famous, crazy, surreal looking thing, he made that by hanging the strings upside down from the ceiling and putting weights on them to see where the tension would be. And so my father taught us, we were little kids. We were like, kindergarten, first grade. And he was teaching us. So I think I was getting sacred geometry from him. And then when I was in my 20s, somebody mentioned it to me. A hippie kid who used to do drumming in the town square. And he said, you're going to study this. And I said, oh yeah, okay. And I really didn't start studying it till maybe 2 years ago.
Oh, wow. I mean,
hello.
I love the story, all of that. How are you doing, Mitch?
Not so bad.
Mitch, you have background noise, so I just muted you while she was talking. But what's up?
Yeah, you did the right thing. I just saw the very fascinating title and saw Luke's very fascinating haircut, and I busted down the door to the link as soon as I could.
Oh, nice. Well,
What's
welcome.
going on?
We have Denise in here, and Denise, I feel like I just want to ask you lots of questions and talk to you, because here it's always, do you know what the TLC is?
TLC is, tender loving care.
Right. So this is fantastic. Yeah. So you're very new to this space. So we are all, I don't know, this is an online community of sorts. So of which Grail Country is part of. I'm part of, because I do Grail Country stuff, but I have my own channel. Do you know who Paul Vanderklay is?
The name, I think, yes. I think I've watched him. The name is very familiar. Okay.
Well, this is just great, because I love having new people in here. So then, and hearing stories like what you just shared of your dad is fantastic.
Well, thank you. Yeah. I'm going to have to go, because I'm supposed to be, I'm trying to roll some cigarettes from a friend of mine who's on his way to work. And I promised I'd have 5 cigarettes rolled for him, because he buys the tobacco and has me roll it up.
Well, listen, you can go, or you can stay and just keep listening and roll.
No, cigarettes. I'm going to keep listening, but I'm just going to drop off the panel.
Okay, sure.
And thank you so much for welcoming me. And I think that, the algorithm likes me, I must say.
Well, that's good. I'm glad you enjoy it, and we'd love you to come back and participate whenever you can. So,
Okay. Thank you. Bye bye.
yeah,
Thank you.
How do I get out of here? Oh,
I can. Oh, there we go. All right. So, Mitch or Tayo, you have any thoughts? I'm just going to look through comments. Because here's some things that I want to say. I didn't get into, like, this is like one of those things of, like, I'll say I'm affirming everything she's saying, but at the same time, I'm not against naming things. Like, I name myself, I categorize myself. I say I'm a Christian. I self-identify as that. But this is my whole idea of iconic thinking, is that we need to learn to be able to name things. Coleridge's distinction without division, without then, can you name something without othering it and putting it into a category that's like bad and other and outside of yourself? Because then it retains its mystery, which allows it to be infinitely furtive and grow. And because can you grow in your understanding of even that label and that categorization? Because otherwise you're not even capable of repentance. Like, can T-Grog do that? Because that's what he's doing all the time with all this. Everything that's sacred or spiritual or whatever, he's otherizing. He's putting in this category that is dead to him and static. And so he has no capacity to even evolve in his understanding to see it as something that's good. So in order to repent intellectually of anything, you have to name things, but also be able to let the right brain be the master and see error and grow in that categorization and understanding of the thing that is named. So then your naming becomes an icon. So, like, I'm not opposed to naming things. I'm opposed to having a static binary of naming things.
I guess you couldn't get away with not naming things, and I understand wanting to be cagey about naming things. To, I guess, what T-Grog's doing, I mean, he's wrong and he's right, because sometimes you have to put things in, you have to name things a bad word, and that distinction is a helpful one too. Sometimes it's treacherous waters, but at times you're going to have to say, no, that's bad, that's wrong. And that's never fun or easy.
Well, this is, Anthony, I couldn't agree with this more. Name it, but don't eat of the knowledge of the tree of good and bad. Yes, exactly. I think that's exactly right. You name it, but you have to stay in that place of not assuming you're God and that you understand good and evil. Because you don't. That's the Chinese farmer parable. You don't really get it. Not in the way you should. Not in its
farmer
fullness.
Parable might get extrapolated too much sometimes, I fear, even though it's so much wisdom in it. But there is this thing you have to do where you've received a designation from God, that's to say this is good or this is evil. And I know that you're still playing that game where you're self-interpreting, but I guess I just don't see a way around it. I won't call anything good that God has called evil, anything evil God has called good.
Yeah, but then again, this would get into the literal and actual thing. How do you know that? How do you discern it? Literally within texts? Because I think that's a diluted game, or in actuality.
So why is the literal, the text, not part of the actual?
Well, it is part of it, but it's not. But that's the propositional tyranny thing. It's not the totality of it, and the emphasis that we've put on it is way too much because we don't know those things literally, historically, critically. I mean, that's what we're learning through all this disintegration of authorities. Because, like Gutenberg, that's what happened. The authority that was rested in the priestly class moved from the rightful abuses that the priests were having. And so then, we opened up the reading of the text to everyone. And then we said, well, we can read this for ourselves. We placed the authority then in the text versus the priestly interpretation of the text and the tradition of the text, because they were doing things they shouldn't have been doing. But now all authority, I would say, for modernists is rested in textually. It's the same as scientists. This is what I was saying earlier.
What's the right place for a text?
The authority of it, you mean?
Yes.
I think it's always going to be personal. So it's going to be in because everybody's going to do that regardless. You're going to trust and point to certain experts of text that you trust and that you like. Everybody does that anyhow.
You know, it's interesting. Everything ends up becoming, you know, practically textual. I mean, you like textualize your ideas in the way that you repeat them, and kind of like I'm reading you like a book when I'm talking to you sometimes, because you've got a lot of the same contents that you're displaying each time, and so I make reference, if I can reference your authority in that way, and the lettering that you're presenting in that way.
I mean, yeah, you read people, but I mean, it's different. Everybody knows, like, this is when PVK says, and then I want to hear what Sam has to say because your little name is funny, your little subtext. You know, when PVK says people are to be loved, not to use, or if you treat a person like you have an encapsulable propositional understanding of them, and then you hold them to that all the time. Like, I've used this example before when my wife will say to me, but you said, and I'm just like, I'm the flippant speaker of my words. Don't use my words against me as if I'm not right here talking to you. Obviously, I didn't mean that. If you're trying to hold my words against me, that's not what we're doing here.
Well, I don't know if we can get away with it because of how finite we are. We have to kind of stereotype, for lack of a better word, everything. You know, we have to have a shorthand for everything because of how small we are, how limited our capacity is.
But don't get caught in that. Don't insist on that. Don't lean into your own understanding. In all your ways, acknowledge him, and he will keep your path straight. That's to let the right brain show you the error, which is to treat everything as iconic, rather than a static thing that you understand. Sorry, Sam, or Tayo, or someone.
Hello.
Hi, Sam.
So let's see here. Nate tagged me in something on Twitter. I don't tweet myself, but I do notice if someone tags me. And Food Truck Emily had shared something about like that Jordan Peterson video where he's like, I just can't really commit to being a Catholic. I exist on the borders of things. Right?
Yeah, that was his homeroom this morning. Yeah, he played that clip.
Oh, did PVK play? I haven't watched PVK yet, but like I relate to being on the border of things. And Nate Heil said, I think he's a prophet of the church to come that is being shaped. Peterson belongs to a Christian form that is still coming to be. That's why he's on the borders. Why would he join the remnant of medieval church in the West or the Protestant church, essentially identical with dying modernity, or the Orthodox church, which keeps the light of Rome and the classical age on life support? Anyway, that Nate goes on from there. But that idea that there's some sort of Christianity that's still kind of like, I don't know, being midwifed but isn't out yet, I thought was interesting.
Well, I mean, I would say yes and no. This is where I don't. I was thinking about this the other day. Like, I wouldn't deny there's a kind of, because this is what I was thinking of with the Brendan Dempsey guy too. Is like his form of metamodernism is this. It seems to me it's like this weird, merely progressivist, future-oriented thing that's a denial of like what's come before. You know, it's this merely emergent phenomena that's out there. But this is why I like the idea of faithful innovation. But also, it's not like a restorationist, just pure return to like what was good in the past. It's the both end thing, the truly both end, the emanating and emerging reality. And so, is there a kind of Christianity that exists? And this is where time, like I didn't bring up time, but like what Jordan Hall is talking about with time, because they're reading through with Ken Lowry, they read through excerpts of Father Alexander Schmemann's For the Life of the World, which is a book that he always has brought up as being huge in his conversion. And all Orthodox love Father Schmemann, especially American Orthodox. So, and he's really good, but his understanding of time is like, it's not this linear progression thing. And this is why I was wanting to read Loris or like talk about the movie Arrival. Time is such a huge piece in this. Like, is that kind of Christianity already existing? Yes, but it's also a potency for us who are experiencing time in this particular way. And can you break through to that at times, like at the Transfiguration, for example? Sure. I think that thing pops up and you have eyes to see it, but does that mean that, like, is it real? Well, I think it's real all the time, but it's real for you at that moment because you're apprehending it. But that's why what you see and hear depends a lot upon where you're standing and the kind of person you are. So I would say that there is that kind of Christianity that is emerging, and Jordan Peterson is maybe a new iteration of it. But I've always said that Jordan Peterson has just, because I think Jordan Peterson and he doesn't maybe use this language, intuitively understands that confessionalism and this identitarianism is the problem. He's not playing the game. He's not going to say I'm a Christian or I'm on the side of the line, because then he'd be feeding into the problem. And so he's like a new kind of Christian who, because that's what he'll say. He's just like, I act like I believe in God.
But what's his wife? Is his wife still the old kind of Christian for getting baptized and just doing the Catholic thing, seemingly like a normal Catholic person, as best as I can tell?
I mean, I don't know. I don't follow her stuff as much, or how she thinks or talks about these things, but I obviously did that,
I'm sorry. Do you actually think that confessionalism and identitarianism are intrinsically bad, or are just being wielded poorly?
I would say that they are, well, like somebody made the comment earlier, Mark, it was like the first comment I put up, that God works through transactionalism. So God works through mammon. Like, is mammon bad? Yeah, because you can't serve two gods. Either you love the one or hate the other. You cannot serve God and mammon. But does God even work through mammon? Yes.
I think if I thought a second before I asked that, anytime you, Luke, put an ism on the end of something, you mean that in a derogatory way, don't you?
Because it's a static binary thing, I think. Usually, I mean, all isms.
So is there another way you could characterize, and maybe you have the taking on an identity, or being willing to accept and identify with something, being willing to confess things. I mean, how would you put that in a different way? Because I mean it's just so obvious that you have to identify as something, and that you have to confess things as true and make statements of fact in order to teach, train, correct, and rebuke.
Yeah, I mean, I do all those things. So, like, I mean, I go to Orthodox Church. I'm baptized in the Orthodox Church. I confess the creed when I go. But this is like, but even like in all my conversations with Sam, and I'll say Jesus is Lord. Sam also says that. I will say Jesus is God, and Sam and I can maybe have unending conversations about what that means and have disagreements about it. But I guess that's how I would hold it in a Neo-Chalcedonian way. Because like Jordan Daniel Wood said, it's not so much that he called himself Neo-Chalcedonian versus Chalcedonian, because he said it's not so much that what the fathers said at Chalcedon was wrong. It's that we have thought that we fully understood it. Huh?
I said, yes, it is.
Well, yeah. And you would say that.
I would say that.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been, I don't know, feeling that way, I don't know, maybe since college, that there was some kind of new integration of Christianity that needed to happen, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it, and I'm still not sure that I can put my finger on it. And I think really at the end of the day, that is what drew me to Jordan Peterson, is that he seemed to have his finger on what was happening better than almost anyone, in a strange sort of way.
But you don't think it's any kind of... Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Mitch.
I just wanted to clarify, you don't think it's any kind of return to form. You do think it's actually, I wanted to say innovation, but you said integration. Is it something that we've lost and need to find again, or is it really something?
I think it's always a little bit of both. I think when there are these, and I'm not one of those people who's like, I don't really like it when people are like, oh man, history happens on a schedule, and every 500 years Christianity needs some sort of hard refresh or something like that.
It kind of does do that, though.
But it does kind of do that, though. I mean, maybe the first hard refresh was what took the 4th and 5th centuries to figure out how are we going to be the religion of an empire. instead of a religion persecuted in the empire. And then I think in the Middle Ages, things changed quite a bit. And then the Protestant Reformation was a big deal. So maybe it's not 500 years like clockwork, but on average, it's about 500 years. And I do think that every time there is one of those refreshes, there is a combination of dealing with new circumstances and also going back to the source at the same time. Restorationism is always a part of the refresh, even though there's often something quite new about the refresh as well.
So you would think of someone like Jordan Peterson or someone like him as really just reacting to the moment that in time that he's in. He's able to take this thing that's always been and find a way to most meaningfully integrate it in the time that he's in the place that he's in.
Yeah, I certainly think that part of what is happening that's causing this strain on Christianity is post-Christianity. And this really is a new thing in the Christian world, where there are people who are not Christian, but they're not exactly something else. And that there is this sort of chaos of identity on the religious front, where, I mean, it's not like at any point in history, church attendance was like super high and you could grab some random peasant out of the field or some middle-class person off the street and they were like way super more Christian in all the ways that we would want to measure. But there is something that's happening now where people don't think of themselves as Christian anymore, whereas the peasant or the middle-class person in the streets of Geneva would have. And that this is causing a weird strain on Christianity that's different than anything that it's had to go through before, where it's kind of dealing with its own decline, and dealing with these people who aren't confessing. They aren't actual Christians. They aren't literal Christians. They aren't any sort of Christian. They have some amount of Tom Holland Christianity lingering in them, but like,
do they act like Christians?
Well,
do they have implicit Christian values?
Somehow, yes, but I do think that it's weakening and that it's slowly breaking down, and that there is some hangover Christianity in a lot of these people, but that it is weakening generation by generation and even within the individual lives of people.
I think, I don't know, I don't have the same reaction Luke and Sam seem to have towards this new emerging Christianity that we're supposed to wait for. But I also think part of that could be, I mean, from Sam's perspective, I can understand the current center of the Christian faith asked him out. So if something new emerges that's a more universal and broader, that could be good for Unitarian. And so I wonder how much of this is just a bunch of people that are not willing to submit to the current thing, waiting for a new and better thing.
I think there's a lot of that too.
Well, there's some of that, but then it's hard. I would argue that it's if you go to a confessionalist church, it's hard to submit to something, as Sam and I both know very well, that you don't. If you can't submit to all the required propositional tyranny of any said institution in good conscience, how do you rightly submit to that then? What if there is no institution that has certain propositions that you can submit to?
Or does there have to be an institution that you submit to? I mean, the fringe exists for a reason. There have always been people that went into the desert and people that just, okay, all right, does the center have to be in accordance to my individual preference for it to be a center I submit to?
No, I don't think so.
Another weird aspect of my story is that I've never been particularly rebellious against church leadership. You know, I've never really caused any active problem by my behavior or disobedience or unallegiance to a church that I was in, even if I didn't agree with it. And so it's like I would go to churches where I couldn't become a member, couldn't sign the statement of faith, and that would restrict me from doing some things, but not restrict me from doing everything. And I was more or less happy with that arrangement. Sure, I would have loved a more full participation in the church, but I was happy with this in-between thing, living kind of on the border, kind of on the inside, whatever. I mean, it was the best I could get. And I wasn't rebellious against church leadership. So it's not like I wasn't submitting to the institution in a certain sense. I was, but I still couldn't do the confessional thing. So I don't know exactly what is with all of that, honestly. But
Sam, if you had, this is your whole, all the videos you've been making recently to Protestants about sola scriptura, and that you should really not be Trinitarian then. Right? That's your thing, because that was always my struggle with participation in a church corporately that was a confessionalist church, is I saw hypocrisy in there, because I'm like, you don't believe the things that you really believe, and you've systematically excluded people that could point that out to you because they can't go to church here and be members. And so, like, for example, annihilationism. I see, this is where I'll agree with you. If you want to play the sola scriptura game, you should be Unitarian, probably. And you probably should be an annihilationist like Sam is. I actually think if you're playing that game, he's better at it and can argue better than you. I think Sam has better, because I would agree with you. If that's the game you're playing, you're right about those things. I just don't think it's the proper game to be playing.
I have a question, Sam. You were raised in a Unitarian church, correct?
yeah.
Okay, that speaks volumes to me, because part of my whole thing that I, as people have invited me, close friends have said, you should become Orthodox. I realized that if I were to do that, it would be becoming Protestant for the first time. And so I hold very dearly kind of this Lois and Eunice kind of, take this thing that was true. You saw the faith of those who came before you, and that's what they've offered down to you. And so when I was joining a church here in Atlanta where I live, I didn't agree with everything in their statement of faith, but I mean, so I don't think I lied when I signed it. In fact, I mean, I was vocal about, I was like, I don't know if I quite think this is true. I don't know if I quite think this is true, but I'm willing to defer to this body instead, because I had been with them for a while and I'd seen their faith. And I think that's what can help a person to make a confession that they can't intellectually assent to totally.
Right.
Totally.
It's more of an act of trust of the institution than it is a trust in the actual propositions on the paper itself.
That's what I'm doing right now, because like I've said that before. I don't know what I really think about Chalcedon.
And my wife, there's been times where my wife and I weren't totally in a line on certain things, and she was willing to do sort of what you just described, Mitch, and I wasn't. And someone, I can't remember who it was, someone in and I don't even know if it was my comment section or Paul's comment section, said, I can't tell if Sam is trying to do the Sola Scriptura game better than these people, or if he's trying to show how absurd it is.
I'm fine with both.
Right. And I was like, ooh, that comment is insightful, because sometimes I don't know if I'm just saying, look, if you're going to do this, Gavin or whoever else, this is where you're going to be. And is that really where you want? And if you're not there, then there's something hypocritical about what you're saying. And I don't know if my point is the mirror on the hypocrisy, or if it is the conclusions that I'm recommending, or a little bit of both.
There's got to be some Trinitarians out there that can go toe-to-toe with Sam, and some annihilations that could go toe-to-toe with Luke. I'm certainly not one of them, but I think a lot of people who are extremely historically and biblically literate and great logicians and great orators could do it. When I hear people like Sam, and I listen to you kind of just for the first time recently in terms of longer form stuff, I was like, man, this guy has a lot of knowledge of history, and it you can tell you've been kind of wading in it for a long time and swimming in it because of how naturally it comes to you in conversation. And I thought, man, this guy clearly, knows a lot. But then I thought I kind of had to put that, he seems to know a lot, because I can't really judge, because I'm kind of historically illiterate, so I can't judge his historical literacy very well. I don't know if what he's telling me is the truth, or what he's saying to this person in this interview is the truth or not. Actually, I have no idea. It's like when Jacob will tell me sometimes, he's like, Bible translators are lying to me. I'm like, what, are you going to translate it to me and I'm going to believe you instead? Who am I supposed to believe? And that's why I think it really has to be in, that's why this space
it has to be in a community of trust. To
it has to be in a community of trust. I think it has to be in an incarnate community. And that's where I get kind of dicey up with this stuff, because I mean, who here should I trust? Luke, out of this group I've talked to the longest, we've talked quite a bit, but we've never met in person. This is a presentation. I'm giving you a presentation right now. And I know that there have been a lot of good fruit to come out of these types of conversations and following people. But the thing is, when you get this megaphone, you get closer to that godlike power. And there's a reason that God keeps taking away godlike power from us. He's like, don't eat from that tree. And it was deadly when we did. And he blocked the tree of life, and he didn't let the Tower of Babel be built. So the more power that we get, and the more audience that we get, the closer we get to a godlike power, then the more our flesh is going to, try to pounce on us. And that's kind of terrifying. So
I think connecting back to metamodernism, I think that one of my main points is that, look, Protestantism to survive is going to have to turn up the openness dial higher again. Protestantism, almost all Protestant denominations were formed during some period of very high openness, where we're going to reject all of the past stuff, we're going to reconsider, and we're going to come up with a new answer. And every single Protestant denomination has that moment in their history. Maybe it was in the 1500s, maybe it was in the 1800s, some other time. Every Protestant denomination has this period of, hey, what we had previously been doing was wrong. We turned up the openness dial. We reconsidered a bunch of things, and here's some answers that we came to. But now the problem is that a lot of these denominations have ossified into whatever answer, and maybe it didn't happen right away. It might have taken 100 years or a couple hundred years to ossify. But I think they still have this story in their self-ID of, we're the people who are willing to go back to the Bible, willing to reconsider where we're wrong. That's the kind of church we are. It's like, okay, I would love to reconsider a couple of these things. Never mind, we don't actually mean that.
So this is what I would argue. When I say all institutions are inherently demonic, I think an institution is inherently a literal thing. It's a textual-based thing. I think institutions evolved in a text-based medium. And I think what McLuhan said, Christ is the only place where the medium and the message are the same thing. Not an institution, Christ.
And so we have to go back to Christ. A little bit of restorationism is needed to get some of that.
What does it mean to go back to Christ? Yes, I would say, and this is where I'm going to argue the personalist thing. I'm going to say the whole mystery of Christ is Christ in me. And I would advocate very much that Wayne Fair podcast with Jordan Daniel Wood, because that's what they're arguing textually. The whole mystery of Christ is
and
Christ
I think
in
that
me.
Coming back to the time thing, Christ was both 2,000 years ago and he's now.
Yep.
And so you need to have your
How
now in you. He's in you somewhere. I'm not sure which part of you, but he's in you somewhere.
Receive with meekness the implanted word.
So we can interact with Christ now, but we also need to interact with Christ 2,000 years ago. And those two things need to jive. And part of my point is that they're out of whack. They're not jiving. The Christ from 2,000 years ago and the Christ now is not jiving.
Mark's fired up.
Mark. That's a fool's errand, my friend. We're so far away from 2,000 years ago, when every woman had to produce 5 children just to maintain population.
Hey, I've got my fourth on the way. It sometimes feels like we do need to get back to having 5 children.
but we're and if we did that, we'd be 50 billion people on this planet, because we're good at keeping people alive, and we're good at feeding people. Instead of people dying of starvation on a regular basis, people die of obesity now. So I mean, it's just we're radically so far away from 2,000 years ago. You're never going. I'm Church of Christ, man. I mean, it doesn't fit. It's hard to figure out, but that's where I'm at. It's restorationist, primitivist, as it's Stone Campbell, Church of Christ. That's where I'm going.
Yeah.
Oh no, so they're totally. It's ludicrous. I mean, you know, I heard the words. The inerrancy of Scripture. It's just like from the pulpit, and I love my pastor. He's a member of my family, but I think it's completely wrong way to frame inspiration. But whatever. But the reason I think it's a fool's errand to go back in time to even think we can do 2,000 years ago. All we can do is engage with Christ now, where we're at, with whom we are, because and I think I can't help but feel that, and the reason why I'm Church of Christ is because the Lord's broke my pride, because I've lived by my conscience my whole life and fought for what I believed in, and suddenly realized that's just ashes. You know, I'm full of shit. Okay. So, and the Lord said, and I'm going, Lord, should I become a Catholic? Lord, should I become Orthodox? I've seen your glory. I've had these experiences. And he says, no, go back to your family. This little tiny church that's probably not going to be around 5 years from now. It's like PVK's church, tiny.
Yeah.
And it doesn't, I don't, ideologically, do I have any agreement with them? Oh, on certain things, sure. But when it comes to these big issues that you divide over, Sam, probably not. Because because they're, I mean, I'm a hard Trinitarian in the sense that I think I really like it, but I'm not going to divide over it because my church isn't strictly Trinitarian.
Well, that's a question I would love. Sam, would you divide over the Trinity?
No, I'm refusing the attempt at dividing from me. That is like
would
my
you
whole
divide
project.
if the power structure was inversed? Would you excommunicate Trinitarians?
No.
Some wouldn't.
I've said that repeatedly.
I'm sure a lot of other Unitarians would.
Some,
but you find yourself, okay, so who's alienating who, Sam?
I'm not alienating.
Let's not even pick on you. Let's look at Jordan Peterson. Who's alienating Jordan Peterson from the Catholic Church? Jordan or the Catholics? So we don't have to. I don't want to make it so that's something you have to defend. That's wrong. That would be that's wrong of us to make you defend yourself. Let's pick on Jordan and use him as a model. And
Mark.
Yes,
I think it's Pope Francis's fault that Jordan isn't.
Don't deflect by being silly. Answer the question, or we'll turn it back on you. We can do either way. Which do you prefer, Sam?
Sure. I mean, I think that Jordan Peterson is unreluctant to go, but the churches that I don't go to anymore told me to get lost, either nicely or firmly. And so I'm respecting their request to get lost. I was perfectly fine going to them until they said so.
So I've been there myself. I don't have any problem with that. But make sure that what we don't do is, this is where the Lord has broken me, is that I'm not going. See, I've broken from people just because of, again, out of conscience. And like I said, no, that's not working anymore. So it is more what Luke emphasizes. It's relationality and relationship and love, and that's the basis going forward.
And so, honestly, right now, I'm going to a church that I agree with even less. I'm going to some liberal mainline church that I just pray isn't too woke on any given Sunday. And, but they don't kick people out yet. Although
it isn't wrong to kick someone out, is it?
It's not wrong to kick someone out. I mean, there are clear examples in the New Testament of people being kicked out or pushed out of churches. Although I would say it's almost always on behavior, not belief. The examples in the New Testament, like withholding your money from, Peter in Acts, like Ananias and Sapphira, although they got struck dead. I'm not sure if that's the same as
they got kicked out of the land of the living.
But then Paul will say that guy who is like married to his stepmom or whatever, you need to get rid of him and not and send him over to Satan to be, put to the test for a while. And if he'll repent, then you can let him back. So there are a couple stories like that.
In the construction of those who have invited you to leave, in the construction of how they view the error, does it seem justifiable, even though you don't think that they've understood it correctly? For example, do they construe it as idolatry, or that you're worshiping a false god or something?
Yeah, that they almost always construe it that way.
Is that an acceptable
not worshiping the same God
reason to kick someone out?
I suppose if it were true, it would be.
Who gets this is the whole question of like inerrancy and everything else, and modernity is like, who gets to decide? You guys don't understand the postmodern critique.
Somebody has to decide. Somebody.
Well, and this,
God.
I mean, this is part of it, is that I think part of what the church is going through is that it's needing to find a new way to redefine itself and who gets to be included and how much and why. And, that's part of the role that I'm playing in this, is that I'm like busting up the confessionalist paradigm because it seems to misfire on me or something like that repeatedly. And so I think that is part of what I keep hammering on this about, is that something needs to change. And I do think that that's part of this whole postmodern, metamodern Christianity discussion.
Well, how much is aesthetics and how much is ethics? Go back to Kierkegaard, right? What's it seems like what we're still upset about or dividing over, or having friction, experiencing friction over, is largely aesthetic. I mean, we don't know the Trinity is real any more than we know that God is one is real. It's an aesthetic argument. It's not based in our reality.
Well, is the real what's actual or what's literal? We don't know it literally. You're right.
We know almost nothing.
We know it literally.
We do know it literally. We just
we know it from literature.
Yes.
We know it through language, and this is how we operate in the world, is through language. But as actual experience, right? The gong, the sound of the actual experience of life, we do not know the Trinity. We do not know God, largely. And then, except we have these rare glimpses, and then we get from these very rare glimpses of God in life, we then extrapolate vast volumes of theology, over which we then divide. And those vast volumes, I would argue, are largely aesthetic. They're not.
So how then are we supposed to organize a church? And what brings us together? And what unites us? And then what is our boundary?
Religio.
The fruit of the Spirit.
Yeah.
Religio, the fruit of the Spirit.
Not credo. Credo is not what holds together. It's not. That's the myth of modernity. Yeah. It's just not. Doesn't mean that it's not there or it's not important or we shouldn't talk about it. But it is not what's holding you together.
That I agree with.
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, I think this current Rest is History podcast that they're going through with Luther. Have you listened to that yet, Sam?
I've listened to 2, maybe 3 episodes so far, and it's spicy as all get out. It is really good.
It's really good, right? And
good.
And then Jordan Peterson got into this. We have this buzzword like literally, and I think you were talking about that earlier, Luke, where it was just something that was written down. It was literary, right? And so you have this sense, and so they're playing around in the Rest is History podcast, and I want to play kind of down the middle on this because I'm trying to see both sides. This whole thing about Luther, like one of the things that what was very obvious to me. So I'm diagnosed bipolar, right? But I never, when I was younger, was very slight. And so I had a slight manic thing about me, which meant I was highly productive. right? But then I think my my messing around with alcohol and various other extracurricular activities, I think took that spread out. So I went through a period where I experienced that. But here's the deal: the intense gravity with which he felt those things, right? It's very manic depressive. Luther, very manic depressive.
You see a little bit of manic depressive in Luther?
There, but then the flip side is then once you come on the other side, when you're a mania, you have these ideas of grandiosity, right? Like so you everyone needs to hear this, need to see this. I figured out like mania can feel like revelation from God. So you need to be one of the things you need to be very careful. This is one thing that in my Holy Spirit experience, God was very specific with me and immediately took me to these passages. It was a wild experience, but saying, this is not of you, this is of me, right? And then also said that when I was doing things, my name couldn't be associated with anything because then there's the ego, like there was all this stuff associated with it. So at any rate, I see in Luther, he's a total bipolar, right? So that's a fascinating thing. But we're seeing these inclinations that he's having that I think we're wrestling with, what you're talking about, Sam, right? Which is this sense of he was seeing, and I loved how the Rest is History podcast, like they were talking about what he was experiencing. Germany was experiencing a very specific kind of indulgences and other things that weren't happening in other places, right? So he's
to the same degree.
To the same degree, right? And so, but so you have this one person who's able to take advantage of the technology of the day, who's clearly a bipolar, who has these inclinations that are right, yet there's this grandiosity that comes out of it too. Like this thing is, I think we're going to chew on this for like kind of a long time here. And so we would like, in the thing here, like this whole idea about, like I would say about inerrancy, right? Inerrancy is just a power move to lock things into the viewpoint that you want to take, right? And that's not to say that the Bible is not true. Like I love how Jordan Peterson is like, the Bible is truer than true, right? We don't have to worry about it not being true, but we don't have to fight about it in these materialistic scientism sort of ways that we got kind of caught up into, which set the kind of, we needed to set down, even particularly like I felt this need to put the inerrancy thing down because, you know, I was trying to protect the religion or something like that, whatever that crazy thing kind of is. But I think this Rest is History podcast is really fascinating. And so even though I say those things about Luther, he certainly tuned into certain things that needed to be, like there were true things that were happening there too. And I'm sitting there listening to all that and how he loved to talk about excrement.
Yeah. That use of, it's an interesting thing about Luther, that use of swear words that, you know, because Christians aren't supposed to swear, but he used a lot of profanity, but it was like sort of exciting because he was using profanity for like a righteous cause or something. And that was like kind of part of like a Joker or something almost like that. Well,
like Mark Driscoll.
Like Mark Driscoll,
well,
also like Mark Driscoll.
Well, and what they did is how they immediately, I love how they're from the outside of Christianity because they can see things we can't see, but they also miss things because we're within it. There are these little nuances that we're sitting there, but they immediately mapped onto how does a Trump resonate so well with people? Mm-hmm. He says things in a plain way that are obvious. He's pointing out things, and he uses bombastic language, which frustrates other people.
And it's the stuff that everyone wishes they could say, but they know that the powers that be won't let them say it. But then someone's saying it, and they're cheering that on.
Yeah, he's pointing out these obvious things to everyone. And he's saying them in a way that are grating to people, but it captures the imagination and so on and so forth. So, like even comparing Luther to Trump, like that was an amazing move that they did there.
Mm-hmm. I think that, I mean, you can tell in that Protestant Reformation, like that the thing that they harp on in the Rest is History is like conscience. Like a really big thing for Martin Luther was like, this is going against my conscience, and I am not going to violate my conscience. Tayo, what?
Personalism. Is that not what you're talking about, Luke?
Right. And it's not, and like, I mean, it's so funny because I'm listening to it. I'm like, I don't know who's the good guy in this anymore. there are some times where I'm like, Martin Luther, yes, that do not submit what you think is true to these corrupt power authorities that are trying to force you to do it. Don't do that. Yes, Martin Luther. And then there are sometimes I'm like, oh, but you didn't quite need to go there or do that. Or like, oh, that's going to have this really disastrous consequence that you don't foresee. And
yeah. And then he had this crazy move where he was trying to move away, like this God that was angry with him and everything else, like he was tortured over that. And then he had this move where if he had this experience and you were born again and then you truly believed in the love of God, then you were saved. But then he slipped right over. And then if you don't have that, then you aren't. So that and then we're all a piece of poo, right? So then it was wild. Like he had this thing that he was battling against, right? Which felt like this thing that wasn't true about God. But then he ends up in this other place where he's, equating people to poo. And I'll use, I could say the bad word, but I'll say whatever. And that's kind of, which is, so it's this weird thing that he wanted to have this assurance, yet he ended up in this model where only a few people were going to have that revelation. And then Sherry, I was thinking about you when you talked about, and they mentioned this the rest of the history podcast, is that when you talk about when you were in love, you were in the conversation with Luki, like everything just goes out the window, right? There's no rational thought. He was so in love with this God that he fell in love with when he had this radical experience that he was caught up in the love, right? And to him, then, okay, I had this radical experience with God. So this is what you need to have to be born again. And if you don't have this thing, then you're not really born again.
And I think that confession. Oh, go ahead, Sherry. Go ahead.
I haven't seen the podcast, but I'm just curious as to how much he was also caught up in his own anger and bitterness towards the Catholic Church.
And his dad, he had daddy issues. He had daddy issues. Like if you were a rando, he had clear daddy issues, right? That played out. So that's interesting. He clearly had this bipolar stuff going on, Sherry. So he had these extremes going on in his life emotionally, right? He was a complex dude.
He's a complex dude.
He wasn't seeking to leave, I don't think. Like the church kicked him out. I don't think he wanted to leave.
I think he wanted the church to listen to him and to change more than he wanted to leave. Yeah.
Which, is that a bad desire?
That sounds like every single person in TLC.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
I just wonder what
light
would
up
have
a comment section, though. He would not be a fun guy to interact with in the comment section.
Disagreeable.
True.
Michael.
So I'm glad you're here, Sam, because I wanted to talk because I was thinking about, since I saw your conversation with Trent and kind of a thing that I thought for a long time. I mean, so I guess I'm going to say to affirm sola scriptura or whatever, that you must be Unitarian. Is that, if that's what you were saying? But from what I can see, thinking about what it says in 1 John about those who deny Christ coming in the flesh as Antichrist, and I think that if we're going to take something like sola scriptura seriously, and I think in a meta-modern thing, that means somehow having to figure out how to deal with things like different manuscripts and different translations, and that so it definitely seems like if concepts of the Trinity seem to come forth for somebody reading the Bible, obviously that's something that's been there for a long time. But if somebody has a hard time accepting that, believing more of Christ as simply human, or and that's not to say what you do, what you're, and you have a little bit more of a complex thing, but it's the lesser of the errors compared to the more Gnostic thing of believing that Christ was only a spiritual apparition.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's something to that, thinking even the T-Grogs and those who are all they trust is like what they can see with their eyes and touch with their hands. Well, God still invented eyes and hands and all the stuff that you can touch and see with them. So like being overly skeptical in that direction is something that he can handle. He can deal with that. But when you kind of get to the I guess, the other side of the coin where you can believe things like that totally go, and maybe even that you say this is something connected to like Luther's thing about conscience, like, because you have people that like are totally convinced like that physical reality is not real. And if it's not real, then how can you know anything about anything or whatever? It seems like they're like God's less afraid of skeptical humans than of blindly trusting, unknowable things that we just receive from, outside of our own experience.
I think that part of what is going on is that sola scriptura for the last couple hundred years has not done a good enough job acknowledging the role of the interpreter, and that it basically assumed that interpretation was a transparently obvious or easy process. And therefore, if someone wasn't coming to the right conclusions, it was something wrong about their character or their commitment to the method or something like that.
They're not saved. They're not elect.
Right. You're not saved. You're not elect. You're willfully deceived by Satan, or, something along those lines, etc. And that I think that you can interpret the Bible in a Trinitarian fashion. Like, obviously you can.
Yeah.
And you can interpret the Bible in a Unitarian fashion. Obviously you can. So, and this is something that I think is interesting, like in postmodernism, right? That's like the whole big idea. Hey, here's a text. You can interpret, Moby Dick in a million different ways. What are the million different ways that you can interpret Moby Dick?
But
And
what did Herman Melville mean? Let's get at the
But what did
operator
Herman
intent.
Melville mean? But who cares? But maybe Herman Melville didn't know what he mean. Then I'm going to do a gender queer rereading of Herman Melville. And who cares what, Herman Melville had no idea what gender queer meant, but I'm going to do it anyway. And I can. There is a gender queer reading of Herman Melville and Moby Dick and stuff like that. And there is a Freudian reading of Moby Dick and, phallic symbols or, like whatever, right? Like you can do all of these different things. So then the question is, which one should you do? And it's like, well, how do you make that determination?
Salience. It's like salience and relevance realization is important.
Right. And sola scriptura is the ultimate Gnostic move. Like it's, right? Like, so just me, myself, and the Bible, like I'll find my way to what, in my conscience and everything else. And so that's why I think the genius of Jesus was, is he said things like, follow me, come taste and see. Lord, Lord, you do not do what I say. Those sorts of things. It's to live it, right? And in the living of the life is where more is revealed.
And that's also the shaping of the interpreters to have similar interpretive frameworks so that when they're interacting with the text, a similar thing is happening.
Okay. So, sorry.
And that's like there's this dual interaction of the text and the interpreter. And then you shouldn't probably be interpreting alone, right? You need to be a community, because if everyone's just their own interpreter, then you're not going to have a community. So you need to have some sort of community that's shaping. So when people criticize sola scriptura, I think they're often criticizing some super simplified or like almost comically exaggerated version of what it might mean. And I'm not sure if even that's like what Martin Luther meant to be doing, like way back in the day.
No, he absolutely wasn't thinking that. And then the wisdom step is what you have here is like, even, Paul just jumped on here right now, is that you don't just give a newbie the Bible and say, figure it out for yourself. Like you have disciple leaders and you have pastors, and then, in Paul's tradition, he's got synods and all sorts of things that kind of help people with that, right? So Protestants got that. Now you go to the non-denominational. By the way, Matt, you'll love this. Right up the street from me is this church in a strip mall. It's called the Five Solas. And I'll take a picture of it and send it to you. So I was like, hey, Matt, your boys, they're here. But the fact is, there's tradition that's built up around the solas. To make your point, Sam, is like there is wisdom. Like people get that. And if you look like at Luther's Mass, it was the Catholic Mass with just a few wording changes done there. He was still like, if I saw Luther's Mass and I was like, oh, that's a lot like a divine liturgy. So he wasn't trying to throw this stuff out.
Yeah.
So I want to say one thing and then I'm going to go because it's crowded and I got to go. And then PVK can say his angry protestations. So I think the comment of was Luther, I don't know if he was given the chance to be a martyr, but I honest, before, if I would say if you are beholden to like a traditional church, I think that's not that I think the church should be killing people for their honest professions of belief, but that, especially at the time, that was the role. I think that's what people should have done, like St. Maximus. You believe it so much, are you willing to die for it? Sure. Yeah, you are.
So what you're saying is the true beacon of the Reformation was Michael Servetus, not Martin Luther, because he did die for it.
Without insisting on his own way, which is what ultimately I think sola scriptura is, insisting on your own way of interpretation. And I think you should be willing to die for that. But like, what does it mean to submit to the church and let them kill you as a martyr when you're going to, like Twin Cities Church that has no historical connection to anything that's been existent for 10 years? Like, what does that mean? By what authority are they?
The story of Maximus the Confessor is interesting because his bishop, the leader of his monastery, and the emperor were all telling him that he was wrong and that he needed to recant from his theology. And he was basically sola scriptura and saying, here I stand, I'm reading the Bible, I'm philosophizing, that's against my conscience. I think you guys are wrong by the standards of truth that are above your authority. And so they cut out his tongue and cut off his fingers so he couldn't talk or write. And then he died from those wounds and then was eventually made a saint. So there's something very Luther-like and sola scriptura-like about Maximus the Confessor too. So this pattern isn't new either. And that's
do you know particularly what they said he was saying that was heretical?
That Christ had two wills. That there was a divine will and a human will in Christ.
Yeah, but Maximus wasn't way out over his skis on that. He was leaning on a lot of other, as you know, Sam, he was leaning on a lot of other previous patristic thinking about it.
Well, yeah, but so was Luther. Luther thought he was leaning into the patristics as well. And leaning into a lot of church tradition.
So does Sam. Sam thinks he's leaning
into the patristics too.
Here's the thing the Orthodox do all the time too that just drives me crazy. They are sola scriptura about the patristics. They are literalists about the patristics, and it drives me nuts because it's the least Orthodox thing to do ever. It drives me
sola
crazy.
scriptura, is that just, are we using that? That just means literal? Like that's just
yes,
Latin for
I would say so. Yeah.
No, that's not what I mean.
I know it doesn't mean that, but that's
Mitch,
what we're using.
You think sola scriptura is an icon, but it ain't because people divide over it.
It was just bad marketing. It was just bad title.
Well,
it's been confusing ever since.
You know what's meant by that, Matt, and kind of the main milieu of what it's used, and even by the less, like wrapped up in that is the inerrancy thing too, right? Which people take that to certain extremes about every word is literal, and the verse is like it's capturing the meaning of what God wants this story to be or whatever. I mean, there's lots of stuff that's like kind of wrapped up into that. I think the move that the Rest of the History podcast is exposing a little bit is that move down to the individual. But they saw what happened, and then we see how this is playing out now today, and we see this mirror of people coming to their own truth and all this other stuff, how we see modernity play out and how we see this whole culture war playing out. Like it really was part of that soup that was going on at the time that Luther lived. And now we're living, the realities of that in this Christian culture. It's just coming out, to use a very blunt term, the woke church, like they're doing a Luther move, so to say it simply.
Well,
I
see,
think-
that's what I'm more interested in, is like relitigating like 16th century drama. You know, I don't know. That's Christian YouTube already does that better. But like what
Yes.
TLC
I'm up
is
4th
interested
century
in-
drama. I'm up for relitigating the 4th century drama.
You're a great Christian YouTuber, Sam. But like TLC, what I'm more interested in, I think everyone is really tacitly already saying this. What's more interesting is what Protestantism and the Reformation, what that represents and what people don't want to be, like what we are trying to get away from. That's a little more personalist, I think, if I'm using that term right. And that's really interesting to me. What, you know, clearly people aren't going to use historically what sola scriptura means. That's fine. We can have a new definition of it right here in this space. We can just say it's another way. It's a Latin version of literal. That's cool. You know, so what are we trying to do right now? That's really interesting, I think. Why are we trying to protest the Protestant Reformation? I feel like that's where we got to drill down.
I think that's what's really cool about the Rest is History podcast now.
Yeah,
is because they're showing how that convulsive moment, and it's not just Luther. Like they're pointing to there was a milieu that was going on in that time frame, right? And what they're seeing is, okay, now we're 500 years into it, and then we're in this really kind of a real, because of new technology. Like, so that was a technology moment, right, Matt? And then we're in a new technology moment, and
yeah, love that.
Timing out to come at the very end of this modernity thing, like, and how this is playing out, like in us as human beings, it's fascinating.
Yeah, and media is a part of that, which is interesting. And is this medium, and you guys would appreciate this, I think, if the Reformation, if it's not a coincidence that the Reformation happened at the age of the press, and that medium became a message in a way, that's your sola scriptura in a way. That's I'm gonna get out of the room so that Chad can speak, but. There's your literalism, I think, maybe, or your textual criticism.
Don't leave yet, bro.
Valid points. But what is this medium today where everybody gets on these horns and puts their little squares up and they chat with each other live? What does that medium do? And what kind of reformation does that inspire? That's really interesting. I don't have an answer to that, but that's what we're living, I think.
Don't leave, man.
Yeah, don't leave, because I want to see what you think about this. Am I coming through? Because I don't know if I'm having bad signal.
You're good.
Great.
You're good, Chad.
Okay, so I've been thinking a lot about this, especially when I watched Christian Baxter's conversation with Brendan Dempsey Graham, or whatever his name is. So I was alerted to when he mentioned metamodern Christianity. Firstly, I thought, wow, this is actually probably the cutting edge of the conversation. And I wasn't really excited about it, because I think there's a conflation between a way of life and a tool bench. And so metamodernism, metamodern Christianity is kind of, I think, what we're actually doing, but it's not a way of life. This is a workbench that we're working on here. We're trying to work stuff out. And I don't think that we're actually protesting. I think that we're excuse me. I've said before, like, the protest has ended. We just haven't admitted it, and we're actually more being contestants here. So we're trying to figure out where we belong. This is how you can have Job over in the Netherlands, who is like an elder at a Reformed church, but uses the rosary in his private time and kisses a cross. I mean, so like we're actually in a new something that is emerging, and I was thinking, it's not a reformation. It's not a protest, but because I like to think about these different words, and I was thinking of it's a conformation. So like which is a shape of a body. So we're trying to figure that out, and then also a conflation. So we're deliberating between the two, trying to figure out where each of us belong, because the fact is, like, we're not going to go out there and be activists. So one, we're not protests. We're not protesting. We're not activists. We're actually trying to live personally into this to figure out where we belong, what is right. And I think like that's actually going to be, we're going to see lots and lots and lots more of this stuff as we move forward. And I think that we're actually like seriously on the cutting edge of all of this stuff. And so the fact that we're doing this and we're modeling how to do this work at this Metamodern Christianity workbench is very, very valuable because, yeah, I mean, this is serious stuff, man. I mean, so I don't know. What do you think about that? Metamodern Christianity as a workbench, not a way of life.
I think part of the reason why this isn't a protest is because Christianity's losing political power. And I think that that's part of what is stirring this change for us and forcing a reconsideration of things. Whereas in 1500, Christianity was at the peak of its political power. And so to change things, you had to be a political protester in addition to a religious protester. And so I think we're trying to figure out what Christianity looks like as it loses political power.
You don't think there's a political protest involved in saying this isn't just like we're not going to solve this crisis with a left-right binary?
No.
I mean, there's obviously something political. Even the process of losing political power is a political process. And so that there will be, some amount of politics involved in this, and that's fine. And that was interesting. Michael Schellenberger and Peterson were talking about that, right? Because Schellenberger's like, look, we need to get a powerful Democratic coalition to fight the transgender butchers. And if we get too religious about it, we won't have a majority. And Peterson's like, I just don't think that there's a partisan level political solution to this. We need to get back to deeper roots and then rebuild from there. I think that was basically his point.
And that political thing there is only going to work, only going to be put on by those who are minimally invested in the spiritual way of life. Because it's levels above. It's nowhere near the foundation where the problem is, which is actually connection. And if Mark Lefebvre has anything really great to say, it is there's an intimacy crisis, and that is essentially like at the foundation of the spiritual malady. So politics isn't going to solve it.
Yeah, and it's a wild time. I mean, again, the rest is history. Like there was the young people, his college students, they were on the protest with him, right? We're in a moment of extreme activism and protest, right? Although one side, if they try to protest, they get arrested and it's called insurrection. Or if it's the Freedom Truckers Convoy, they steal their money and put them in jail, right? So one side is, and by the way, are you willing to, go to jail to fight for freedom, But so there's this really interesting kind of thing here. Like the one thing, so here's the other thing. This is why I think, Matt, we could have this conversation. Like one of the things I think that like there were these deep intuitions that I think that Luther got really right. And so, for example, if you are in a God of your own understanding, let go and let God, like there are these things I've seen live out in 12-step programs that it's like that move towards conscience, integrity, to thine own self be true is another saying you hear. Like, so there are these moves you make that are deeply right. And then also I'm mapping it onto, like Sam, you had mentioned Maximus, but I'm mapping on what's going on with saints on Mount Athos today. You'll read what some of these saints say, and it goes completely against canon. They will have these, and like Evagrius Pontus talks about the practice of the gospel virtues leads to gnosis, knowledge of God, and he grants to those who truly pray, or theologians, those, whatever, is that there are these moments of inspiration and revelation that happen in the life, right? And so now, that bears out over time. You need to see what stands the test of time. You don't just immediately adopt these sorts of things. So I think there are these moves that Luther made that I think are deeply Christian and deeply right? So that's why I think it's fascinating. Like I want people to say, I'm like on both sides of this. Like I'm seeing these moves. Like I'm not trying to poke someone there. Like I'm like I side about like that bipolarness. You can see where some of those moves if you give it in its best sense, where like Luther wouldn't have said this or that, but we've taken it and run with it in these crazy ways, like we're wont to do, right? But at the same time, I think he's mapping onto some deep truths too that needed to be spoken.
And I think part of the role of confessionalism, because this is one thing that the rest of history helped me realize, is that Luther was doing that very internal move, right? Like, stop just going through the motions. And if you go through the motions, it has no effect on your heart. That's not doing it for you. You need to experience God. You need to know God. You need to have a personal relationship with God. Maybe he didn't quite put it that way, but we kind of like, that internal, born again, revolutionized internal experience of God's self. He's like, previously I didn't have that. And then I had that. And like, whoa, baby, did that change my life for the better? And like, you should too. But then how do you know different people have had it, right? Because I can't go inside Lance's head and like experience Lance's internal born again transformation experience. So confessionalism is sort of like this role of mediating between this like internal transformed experience thing. And like, Lance, did you have it too? Oh, you're telling me, you're confessing to me that you had this internal transformation too. Great, we're on the same page. And so like the subjective and the intersubjective or something like that is trying to be mediated by this confessionalism thing. Mm-hmm. And I think that that's like part of what the role that it was trying to do was.
Well, and the other thing is, and this is it, which is, I get this, like, don't go chasing waterfalls, like, don't go chasing the spiritual experience. Like, one of the things they had to do this appendix in the big book, Alcoholics Anonymous, is they had to have the varieties of spiritual experience, because some people had a Luther-like experience, like the wind blew through them, they had this moment, like Bill Wilson in his story, but other people, it was more incremental, right? It was over a period of time that they could then look back and say, wait a minute, this way of living produced something in me, and I didn't have the road to Damascus moment, but oh my gosh, I believe, like this thing must be real. So so that becomes another weird thing, right, Sam? Like,
so Sam, this is my privilege of starting the stream, and I can just come in and let myself in. But is Lance's salvation inside his head that you have no access to? Is that where his salvation is? It's that. What a divided world.
No, Luke, it's not salvation. It's we need to be able to collaborate, and we need to be able to know that we're striving in the same direction. And it's difficult.
Is that in your head where you know that?
But
how about your heart? It's in your heart.
Yeah.
Wrong bodily organ, but it's still inside there somewhere.
Which is the fullness of your being, which is in your life, the entirety of your life. Like,
yeah, we don't have the God point of view to be able to, determine someone's entire being. But in the meantime, we still have to collaborate and build things on earth right now.
But I mean, discerning all that is a waste of time, because we were saved. We are being saved. We will be saved. And if you want to play Sola Scriptura and put out the quantities of all those usages in the New Testament, what do you think's the highest?
But why are you so against Luther's inner transformation?
Yeah,
I'm not. I'm just saying I'm against the framing of it. Is that the primary way that we know how people are saved is by being able to have access to their internal thought self-awareness process.
That's not Luther's view. If that's on the podcast,
I know that's just what Sam said.
Okay.
From the conversation,
I'm not sure if that's exactly what I was saying.
Luke, you sound like the most Lutheran person on this panel in terms of your railing against the literal and the propositional, because your Luther to me sounds like, okay, the place where authority is being coming down, it doesn't trust it, and he's trying to find, it's okay, it's not, I don't trust the institution, I want to look at the word for myself and see what I get from it. That sounds very much like personalism that you're very much for. But
I'm not against what Luther did. I'm not against what Luther did.
But the fruit of that is what Sam was explaining as the fact that I've got this personal knowledge and I've had this experience that's led to this transformation. how do I? You don't be left by yourself. We are a communal being. I need to know that other people have had this experience for it to become real, more real to me than just my own personal experience. So there are other people that say they've had this personal experience. Where do we go from there? If it's not confessions, what do we do?
So I would say there's this really great thing that really kind of like changed my thinking on all this stuff, and it was in a Francis Schaeffer book. And so this is a thing you wouldn't expect to hear from somebody who's a Protestant and like a Presbyterian and all that. And he said, the Bible doesn't matter if the God behind the Bible isn't there, which is like, if you think about it, that's true. If there's no God, the Bible doesn't matter, and neither does the church and whatever else. But if that is the case, and he kind of makes a whole thing, where he's talking about like, what is the nature of the universe, and if it's impersonal, we'll never be able to understand. We'll never be able to understand the universe if we live in an impersonal universe. But if the universe is a reflection of a personal creator, then it makes sense that we would expect to hear from that person who is God. And I think that, we have to trust in God in whatever way we are able to comprehend him, or whatever we come to that experience, because like sola scriptura, and if you go to like the most extreme, you get like the King James only people, or but and also if you go to any kind of like magisterial tradition, like the papal infallibility, it's the same thing. It's like this desire for certainty that removes our need to trust in God. And I think the thing is, when we trust in God, then we have to act in faith towards each other, trusting what the other person says. And sometimes we'll get burned. And like, but the thing is, like, even like with the scripture, like God entrusted humans with both the church and the scripture. And with both the church and the scripture, humans have made unintentional errors and sometimes intentional ones. Like you look at the Jehovah's Witness Bible, it's like they're literally intending to change it to not have you believe in the Trinity or whatever. But
literally.
Yeah. But then you have like James White or whatever, and he's saying, no, you can talk to a Jehovah's Witness person and you can point out these things in their Bible that was designed to get rid of the deity of Christ, and they can't do it. They can't do it because the honest truth is, if you try to like, if God has spoken in whatever form, in the scripture, in the life of the people that he created and their actions, and in the history of the church, if you're trying to corrupt that truth to deceive people, you have to twist it so much that it's no longer the same thing. It doesn't work. So like God's truth is going to get through. And I think that just means that, sometimes we might be the unfortunate victim of a deceptive person. Sometimes we may have a snake come into our church and say, they say the right things, but they didn't really mean it. But like,
or Bitcoin gigolos, but just
yeah. But it's like God. What, like, if we suffer because of this, because we're trying to be loving and trusting, then like, it's nothing that God hasn't already suffered worse. And it's not to say like we're like, I think we're responsible for what we have access to. If you have a church, if you're in a church, you got to listen to the people in your church. If you have a Bible, you're responsible to read it. Like, but I don't think we can't be so afraid of the mistakes that we made. We're more afraid of the mistakes that we're gonna make than God is. So,
I can I just pop in here for a sec? Like, I just think I'm just listening to I'm listening to the body of conversation. I'm not listening to the conversation. Because I've kind of heard it so many times. If I'm honest, and I'm not trying to.
Why do people
to
need to
belittle
keep doing it? That's what's so weird, you know?
Yeah, that's always my question, Matt. That's like, what are we doing? What is this? What are we doing? You know? And oddly enough, okay, so I'm looking out my window and I've got a bird feeder out there, and it's covered in red-winged blackbirds. Okay, just covered. There's no other bird out there, and I know there's a lot of birds out there. Okay, so we have the category of bird. And then we have the category of nuthatch and chickadee and whiskey jack and blackbirds. But guess what? It's only the blackbirds out there, okay? Like, they're not including anyone else in their game, right? And then every now and then a little falcon will fly through and pick a few of them off. He's also a bird. He's also a bird, right? So anyway, I'm thinking about that. And then the other thing that I'm thinking about is Brendan the Navigator. And I think this really, for me anyways, this is giving me some kind of concept. He was a saint who got in a really rickety little boat with a bunch of monks, 40 of them, and 3 unbelievers who just jumped in at the last minute. And they floated up, they prayed, and then they floated off into the ocean. And were willing to just, wherever they landed, that's where they were going to establish a monastery, and they were going to do their thing as monks. They had no destination. And I think that's what people are worried about. They're worried about not having a destination. That's what that's kind of what I see. You know, they don't want to jump in a boat that just floats out to sea like that, you know, and you know, you were talking about confessionalism as a way of understanding, maybe because you can't jump into somebody's head. What, you know, you don't know what they believe. So you gotta have a confession so that people can yay or nay it. And then, you know, if you can let them in, which is just like on its face, just not godly. Okay. Like on its face, like just as, you know, a thing, but it doesn't actually tell you what they think still. Right? Like if we had a rule in this little corner that only people who were going to have good faith conversations could come on here, and you had to sign on the dotted line before you got to go on a live stream. And we said, okay, this is it. This is how we guarantee it, right? We haven't guaranteed anything. People just sign on the dotted line and then get in there and not have a good faith conversation, right? Like it doesn't solve any problems. So, and I don't know, like when I think about what Jesus talked about, he talked about living in the moment, not worrying about tomorrow. He talked about, if you follow me, I have no place to lay my head, right? Like he literally was like Brendan the Navigator. Right. Brendan the Navigator was like Christ. He jumped in a boat and off he went to see where he would land. So those are a couple thoughts. And then I'll just say this third one. I've been experiencing with some people that I know something really fascinating to me. So there are people that I know that are going from the Orthodox Church into the wild. They're leaving and they're going back to, you know, kind of like a desert father experience. Okay. They're leaving the Orthodox Church. And then I know people who have come out of the wild and are going into the Orthodox Church. And so I'm seeing this movement in the Orthodox Church. It's like It's like you just get to know someone, and then all of a sudden you're like, "Hi, bye," right? And then I'm asking myself, well, does this mean I'll never see them again? I hope not, right? What's happening, God? What's happening? I'm coming in and they're going out. And he just says to me, the wheat and the chaff, the wheat and the tares, Sherry. I'm sorting shit out, right? And it doesn't mean that anyone is doing the wrong thing. It's just that stuff has to go in different places at different times. It has to move around, right? It's like when I take eggs to make a cake and I crack them open and separate them, they're like, no, don't separate us, right? We're an egg. Don't separate the eggs from the yolk or the whites from the yolk. That's a terrible thing to do. I'm an egg. But you're like, no, you got a job over here and you got a job over there. And all together, we're going to bake a cake, right? And so those are the thoughts that are going through my mind when I'm listening to this conversation. And then I'll just say one last thing and then I have to go. But Sam, yesterday I read a sermon by George MacDonald that he preached in the Unitarian Church in London in 1879. And it is the best sermon I have ever heard on what you all are talking about. And I actually planned to tag you on the Discord. I planned to read this today, and I'm going to on Grail Country. It's long, so I'm just going to read it on Grail Country on my own time. And I want to make it public now because I think everything that you're talking about here is what George is addressing in this sermon. So stay tuned, folks. I'm going to read this today. Yeah, and I think
George MacDonald should have been a Unitarian. He was very close.
Well, he was ecumenical for sure. From what I I mean, he was invited and he went. Okay, so yeah, and my dog is hungry, so I have to go. She won't stop. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
Sherry.
And Lance, you got the wheel, right?
Yeah, I'll leave it open here for a little bit. You know, one of the things we started off by reading this stuff on mystery and secret, and there's this one little part that worst kind of dispensationalist Christian fiction does not believe in God, but in the timestamp on the ages and thus how to get yourself on the right side of history. Goes on to say, lest you get left behind. In a world of secrets, advantages are zealously guarded, and faith is actually the acquisition of arcane knowledge, like, say, the relationship between the Holy Grail, Mary Magdalene, and the Da Vinci's Last Supper. Much more exciting than repentance and forgiveness, that's for sure. Like, I think, like, we're talking about all these sorts of things, like to me, it's the repentant life. It's a life of reconciliation and forgiveness. Like it's the simple things that we all can do. You do not have to be a great thinker or person to live that sort of life. It's not as exciting as chasing down the big mysteries or all these other sorts of things. I think that's kind of the heart of what Sherry was talking about. So for my thing, what I want to make sure I communicate clearly to people is, when I was looking at this Luther story, like, I'm seeing both sides. One of the things that's really good about Sam is he steel mans the other side. Like, whenever you hear Sam talking, like, I love that. Like, he steel mans this other side or whatever. And so I'm seeing this complexity in Luther, which I think is fascinating. And yet, last night I was in a 12-step recovery meeting, and I've been very blessed to be put in that environment. And these amazing people were telling these amazing stories of God working in their life and how they found their way to that, and like the things they were talking about that they were using in their own spiritual life, like for meditation and prayer and stuff. Like, it would make certain people's toes curl. of the wide and varied tools they were using to connect or whatever. But I'm seeing these people that have had that are, you know, were once one way and now they're completely different. So, so I think Matt, where I think you and I wanted to have that conversation about that, because I know, I think you live in the liminal space between this. Like you say, you're proudly and persuaded and absolutely a Protestant. Yet I think you have that ability to play in the liminal space, right? To be able to look at something with a critical eye. You're not rejecting it, but you don't need to stand for it either. Like you're trying to see things, and I think you're also acutely aware. I think what we are here in this little corner is meaning crisis, is everything else, is we're trying to figure out how do we live and move and be in this place, in this space, in the time we've been given to, and for those of us that are Christian, is how do we live that out in this time, in this place, in this space, for those of us that are, and then how do we communicate with others? Like CW had this amazing conversation with, that was Andre, I hope I don't get the name wrong, but he's comes from a different political persuasion and viewpoint than I would naturally come from. But he was talking about protest and revolution and some of these other things, which are for him, I thought was fascinating. And it's like, we don't get that side in here very often. Like, and we need that side because we're living in the midst of it.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I'm never trying to like debate, you know, I'm not trying to like bring these things to the courtroom of these different denominational divisions, but I think I've been humbled enough, and maybe I'm going through a crisis. I'm swimming in the deep ocean of this same cultural crisis enough and aware of that to know that I need to be listening. I only have one mouth, I have two ears. So that's what I'm here for. I think people self-sort, to reinforce Sherry's point. People do tend to self-sort if they're here with two ears in one mouth, you know. And I think that's the mode with which we kind of engage and get excited about these spaces. I think, yeah. And it did, to use a very reformed term that I think people would appreciate, because it's not exclusively reformed, that if you're appropriately anchored, if you're really anchored in the bedrock, you can sail anywhere, and you don't have to worry about floating out and never being able to find yourself back to shore again. So, and I know a lot of people here are in that bedrock, in that anchor, and that's not a denominational statement.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dale.
Yeah, I was just gonna affirm what both of you said and also what Sherry said. It's the more interesting conversation is it's not so much finding out why you're not where I'm at. It's finding out why you're at where you're at, and in that conversation, hopefully getting to a point where I can learn, not in like that's good to know, like, but as in I can learn why you being at where you're at is important for me. And I think that's what I find interesting about this space, especially. It's the going back and, you know, for example, the sola scriptura conversation. I reject the notion that was like a terrible mistake that should not have happened. No, God allowed it to happen. And there's a reason why that happened at the time that it did. And the useful thing in the conversation that you and Matt are hopefully going to have, that, you know, sort of inviting myself to, is seeing how what we're doing now maps on almost like scarily to that time. And the meta-modern move is not so much, okay, the church has to change, the Luther stance, or the church needs to change, otherwise it's all going to shit. I don't think that's where we're at now with the church. in the broad term. It's so diverse. It's so diverse at the moment. I think that there's so much gold to be getting from all of the different positions, including the progressive position, which is why I love what CW is doing. It's if it's truly all gift, which we all tend to affirm, then let's use that posture against even people that have the exact opposite position to where we're standing.
Yeah, and I think I'm so glad CW is here, and I hope he starts doing more conversations because he's bringing in that voice. Because one of the things I realized, so I grew up in a predominantly white high school area or whatever. Then I went to go play football in college, and I was in that locker room. I was experiencing people of different color that I'd never experienced before. But then we bonded through around that team, right? And then we started hanging out. I think we had to figure this out, like Gen X. Like I'm pushing back against a lot of this. I would just say systemic racism and these white Christians are racist or whatever. Is that for the most part, I don't think that's the case. It is ignorance. By the way, it's ignorance both ways. Like there's a sense that people, I'm not racist, but I don't truly understand. That's really my problem when it comes to being a Black American. I'm just speaking in the United States context, and I've had a chance through hanging out with certain people that I've been able to get that a little bit more, right? But I still don't truly understand because I'm not immersed in that. And at the same time, there's a misunderstanding of Black America towards what most white Americans actually think and want. We want what's best. I mean, there's this predominant view. We want what's best for everyone. Like we want to speak to our higher angels. Like we want to solve, be a part of solutions for these sorts of things. And so there's all this division, and it's just ignorance. And we paint each other with such broad brushes. So, and then in this world of we are in this radicalized world of protest. That's kind of the phase that certain elements are in right now. You see it all over the place, right? And so, well, how do we engage in that? How do we break down these misunderstandings? Because it's really, to me, it's ignorance and misunderstanding. I think a lot of racism, that conversation right now, is more just a lack of understanding and not people with hearts that want to come together and actually truly want what's best for all. When both sides are being gaslit.
Oh yeah, there's ignorance plays a part, and I think that's why I love Matt saying 2 ears, 1 mouth. Like everyone needs to do a lot more listening to be able to understand. And also the model v story distinction comes in because quite often with this conversation, it's easy to talk about the models rather than the individual, and everyone's insulted when you stereotype their story to fit the individual story as a story of the model. So I think that, yeah, ignorance plays a huge part. And also the tell us, like, what do we want? There are disagreements between both camps, within both camps, about the tell us of it. And for example, one of my favorite channels on YouTube is this History Debunked channel, which is the comment section is just pure racism. It's hilarious. I love going in there to troll them. It's it's hilarious. But I completely understand why that channel exists, because in the UK there's very much, it's, if you even show a little bit of pride towards being British, there's suspected racism, and at some point you get to, like, I'm just going to lean into it and embrace the trope, even though I would not affirm they would not affirm being called a racist, but they'll say racist things to just play into it. And I think part of that is, so you've got that camp within that, but there are also people in the conservative movement that are, like uber apologetically unracist, which is probably more annoying, to trying to reject their own story and their own heritage for the sake of looking, I don't know, the identity politics that's invaded all of the West seemingly. So yeah, that conversation, yeah, ignorance plays a part, but there are also like different positions that need to be understood. Like both sides have a straw man argument of why other people like have the position they've got. Like globalism is a real problem that needs to be, the fact that we're all mixing so much is something that needs to be discussed, and all of the difference, like how we can have unity, multiplicity is like probably the core of the issue, which is why all, I think goes back to Christ.
Yeah, all this is making me think about is, especially if you think about, having 2 ears and 1 mouth, and I see the wisdom in keeping your mouth shut, and I see the wisdom, and I like how, is it Teo or Tayo? I'm sorry.
It's both. So
Okay.
either way.
Okay, so when I like the way you worded it, because you said listening to someone, even if they're of a different persuasion than you have to wonder, what is the purpose of me hearing from them in this way now? Yeah, I can appreciate the rhetorical utility and the kind of the loving utility and steel manning someone's position and trying to understand them better. But what I keep on thinking about is, what sort of responsibility a person has in a space like this. And I don't know how many people, I don't even know what channel we're on. I don't know how many people, listen to these things or engage with them. And maybe Lance, you could speak to this even more as a moderator. What do you feel like? Sometimes I'll hear someone on here say something, and I'm like, oh no, that's a terrible thing to think and to espouse. Like, that's not good. And I'll have this instinct. So there's, on one hand, I could, tease that out and try to get to the bottom of it. I could say, what could this be teaching me? Or I could say something. And this one kind of rubs me the wrong way. I'm not sure why yet, but like when we say, like, I'm glad that, this person here, we need atheists here. We need, liberals here, whatever it is. I'm like, why though? Like, the only inclination I would have, because I think atheism is an extremely damaging way to view the world and to participate in the world, is to think, well, I would be glad that person is here because I would like to persuade them and convert them to another way of thinking. But I get that there's also like a negative response to that kind of thing. Like, we don't need to be converting each other and this sort of thing. So all of this is dancing around in my head. And I don't want to have like I don't think, some people, and I'm saying some people because I just don't want to claim it, but some people have a messianic complex, and you're like, I gotta stop this person from thinking this way, and I'm the only person who can do it. But when you, and that's why I want to see what Lance thinks, because from a moderator's perspective, it's like, what is my responsibility here when I hear something that, to me, as best as I can tell, from the best of my ability, is damaging and wrong and needs to be corrected? If we're constantly fostering this space that's just pure exchange, and I know that we talk about challenging things and where that's appropriate and criticism, but it just feels like, I don't know, I think we should all be going to a greater unity, and with a greater unity, I think we're going to have to shed some ideas and traits and perspectives. Anyway, that was kind of a word vomit. But
No, that was
Yeah,
good.
I think there are layers to it. Like I just had an exchange with someone I was talking with this morning, and someone had said something that really kind of pissed them off. And so, by the way, it's really easy to give advice than to take your own advice. But this is advice that's been given to me, and I practice it, which was like, hey, pause on the emotional reaction to whatever that thing was said. Like, pause on it, and then come back to it, right? So why does that thing bother me so much? Like, there sometimes, one of the reasons why I think CW's here is he pokes at a lot of I'll just speak about for me. He pokes at a lot of things that I would believe or hold fairly dear, right? And this would be things around how I view sexuality or even Christianity and all these other things. Like, I think that stuff's good. It doesn't mean that I'm not going to ultimately consider it and try to understand or whatever. That I might ultimately, after spending some time with someone, say, I disagree with this. I'm glad you figure that way. And so there's that level, like that personal level. A lot of times when I get poked in some of my propositions, there's something I need to learn there about myself. And it doesn't mean that I'm going to ultimately agree with everything they say, but there's something there that it's something in me too. Like, what is that thing, right? And to really kind of tick back and consider why did I feel this way? Why do I believe what I believe here? You know, should I even, you know, care about it? Like, is it even that important? You know, all sorts of things. But I think here, when we have these conversations, like, we need to have enough grace towards one another to maybe even allow ourselves to react in the moment, like to have opponent processing and to say the thing that maybe expose this thing that I feel, believe, whatever, and allow it to kind of get out there in the sphere. I do think that one of the hardest things for me, I'm still struggling with this, is to be someone who is open-minded enough to have my mind changed, to let go of long-held old beliefs. There's a number of things that need to be, a number of tears that need to be burned away in me with how I live and move and be in the world. And so, do I have the capability to truly try and listen and understand where someone's coming from? And then once presented with something and it resonates with me at an integrity level and it fits with that, am I willing to change my position and move in a different way? That's why I shared earlier in the chats here, like, there's all this wisdom stuff in 12-step control, like wear life like a loose garment, right? Easy does it. Let go and let God, right? More will be revealed. What that wisdom is trying to teach you is like, hey, be willing to be changed as you start growing spiritually and as things start happening. Like, you're going to start transforming. And so what you believe so fervently today, a year from now, you may not be in that same place. So,
Yeah.
but I think this is a place where we should come and do some opponent processing. But I think if you're going to really be self-examined, like, go back and like, why did, when this person said this, did it piss me off so much?
Yeah, I really struggle with what you're saying, and I know that it's true and that there's wisdom in it. Like, I know that, like, I have to be open to changing my mind because I know that I'm wrong about things. I mean, if I look back on my life, I see things that have changed my mind on. But I struggle to apply. I struggle to actually believe that I can know anything, and then, you know, profess things and teach, train, rebuke, correct. Now I'm a dad as well, and so I can't constantly be like on the fence about things. I can't constantly be in this liminal space where I can go anywhere. You know, I can see that being true. On the other, yeah, I perpetually on the other handing everything, and I mean, I'm sure it comes out in a kind of annoying way when I'm on these things, because it's like when somebody says something, I'm like, but actually, or like on the other hand, and you know, that's not helpful either. So I mean, I just really have a hard time trying to decide and make decisions and live with the constant knowledge that I could be wrong about something. And you know, you have a duty to the people in your life, to your family, and to your friends, to try to pull them back from the traffic they're about to walk into. And that's just, I mean, that's an extreme example, but it occurs in non-extreme ways all the time. Man, I'm stuck. I know what you're saying is true, but I'm stuck.
I think Mitch, I'm glad you, Lance is obviously one of the best people to speak to about this with, and there's a lot of great people here who have Alcoholics Anonymous expertise, which is kind of, I think that's kind of a, there's an architecture there that's applied here, I think, where it correct me if I'm wrong, but AA is not, it's not a space where you think being an alcoholic is just as ethically good for you. We're not, people aren't like perfectly subjectivist and relativist about whether or not it's good to be an alcoholic, but there's a lot of room for people to grow at their own pace in a way. Like I kind of think of this quarter as kind of like the appendix of the internet, where there's a lot of, we build up our immune systems here in particular by safely engaging some stuff that can be healthy, and can it be healthy if we engage these like toxic
Don't stop.
microflora and stuff. Yeah.
Don't stop. But I wanted to bookmark. Are we doing it safely? But keep.
Yeah, and we might. Well, yeah. I mean, sometimes you get appendicitis, right? And it can threaten your life. So you have to make sure that your immune system can handle it. Your self cells can do it well, and you got to make sure that the biome of crazy dangerous stuff is getting to the right places so it can be managed appropriately. And I think that's what TLC is about. The appendix isn't just there to treat crazy, wild, dangerous stuff the same as our white blood cells. It's there to handle it so that we can live better, healthier lives, overall. But you have to give space for that sort of stuff to live for a little bit in the appendix, it's a strange paradox. Like you gotta, I don't know, the metaphor kind of breaks down, but I feel like AA, simply put, I feel like AA is a good archetype, which is why there's a lot of leaders here who are AA experienced. Over.
My question, Mitch, would be: do you believe, like in your, I don't know if you're a Christian, but do you believe that this is something that God wants you to change? This is a way of being that God wants you to change or to adopt. And I say that just to give a little bit more context, because part of what I think TLC is emboldening people to be able to find like the position. So, for example, one of the reasons why I think we welcome the atheists and the people that are different is because we want to practice loving them. And not like, I think it would be disingenuous for anyone to say that I don't want more people to think the way that I do. I think that's what we're doing by casting spells. Like every speech I'm casting is a way for me to be better understood, so that hopefully more people can affirm what's the speech, the thing that I'm saying. At the same time, it's recognizing that every word you're saying as well, it's for a purpose. So I'm wondering if there's the gift, trying to practice what I'm trying to preach. The gift of your position is that yes, we could there are some people that do need to be kept out or to be dealt with differently than the old lovey-dovey center that TLC has. Like maybe the fringe of TLC needs people that are not as winsome, people that are less agreeable. And if we're just trying to change everyone to be PVK, maybe that's not so much a good. Does that make sense at all? To see you, brother.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't want to I don't want to have this, what I'm trying to get at, characterized as, trying to make everyone exactly uniform, or there not being any disagreeableness. But I think there's something like, there's some things you don't want in the city, and and then that's what happens. So if somebody comes into the city, I'm glad you're here, because it's dangerous out there, and I want to show you how we live in the city, and hopefully that will be a fruitful life for you. If you're going to compromise, if what you're espousing is compromising the safety of the city, I have to ask you to leave. And so I don't get glad when there's a harmful ideology here, simply because it creates diversity. But at the same time, I recognize, in just the broadest sense possible, that maybe the city leaders are wrong. Maybe they didn't get it right, and we've got poison in the water somehow. But I don't think you can live that way all the time. You can't constantly. I don't think you can constantly be open to having your mind changed, because I don't know.
Well, do you get the sense that people are really interested in having their mind changed? A lot of times people come on to exorcise demons, frankly. They're not here to... But that's part of the healing process too, in a way, which is interesting.
Right.
Or just
those demons out of here if you identify them. But I mean, no, I don't know. At this point, we're adults, and it's kind of like right now we are tasked with carrying something and passing it down to the future, and protecting something that we've been passed down, and that we lose a lot of the privilege and the joy that comes with kind of being a little more free for all about what we believe. And at different seasons in my life, I've got a lot of joy out of, just being so open-minded. Like, no, nothing freaks me out. This idea doesn't freak me out. That's all great. Bring it on. I love, entertaining these things, and like, maybe that could be fun. That could be true. But at a certain point, I wonder if we have to, that's a type of taking on the cross, is saying, no, that's not right. And so you risk leadership, and you risk being wrong, and you carry the torch, and it's the best thing you can do.
I think you're right. I mean, what is Luke? Every time he goes live, he spends half his energy talking about all this stuff he's not gonna accept, that he's not open-minded to. So that's part of. I mean, that's just how people live and move. That's fine.
Honestly, can I say something that
yeah, come on, CW.
That might make me unpopular here. So I listened to Luke on the Big Baxter program, and he had this anecdote, and maybe this is going to make people not like me or something, but he had this anecdote of visiting, I don't know if it was his in-laws or what, but some family down there in Texas, and for Easter they attended a church service with them. And Luke's there with his whole family and his young children, and it's a communion service. And he tells this story about how he had this little kind of crisis moment because, of course, he's in the Eastern Orthodox Church, and he wasn't sure whether he should take communion or not, and he hadn't really expected it, so he hadn't thought about it at all. And so he sort of describes sitting there in this existential dread, not knowing what to do, and the way that it was related from the pulpit. I would say he characterized rather uncharitably, but a kind of, say, nominalism from his perspective, right? And it all sort of climaxed in this moment. He said, "It's like out of the mouths of babes, man." And he looks over to his young daughter. And he just turns to her and he says, "What do you think we should do?" And she said, "Well, why would we take it? They just said it doesn't mean anything." And honestly, I was disgusted by that story. So I'm just throwing that out there. The counter-reformational polemic is strong around these parts. Let's put it that way.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, fair enough. But
yeah, people aren't interested.
It's probably just going to say more about
every day to say, I wonder if I'm going to be Protestant again. The people aren't engaging. There's some things crossed off the list, which is interesting,
Yes.
Well, we all have to, Mitch, I was thinking about, we have to do the best we can with what we have in the moment. So this is where Luke would say, you can't live in this, I don't know phase. I don't, we have to have the integrity we have in the moment. We do the best we can with what we have in the moment, and we move forward. Right? So you're raising kids, you're not going to do it perfectly, and you're at a certain point, and, I don't know is a perfectly fine answer to children.
The thing that irked me about that story was, and people could go back, plug for Baxter's amazing show, go back and look at the whole conversation with Luke. It was very interesting. But the thing that irked me about it was, my friend, beloved brother, fellow Minneapolitan Luke, presented it as though his daughter just had this kind of profound, immediate insight about the theological bankruptcy of this Protestant, Baptistic, whatever the fuck, mode of conducting the sacrament. And I'm sitting there thinking like, oh, it doesn't have anything to fucking do with the way you're rearing your goddamn
Exactly.
children. No, it's not like any indoctrination into your tradition. No, that doesn't play any role at all. And then he's like citing this as if it's some evidence of the absolute truth of God or something. And so that's what irked me about it. But again, it probably says more about me than it does about Luke or his family or anything. Because I mean, I went to visit Chad the alcoholic, and to my horror, there in the service, they had those who believe in the real presence are welcome to participate. I was like, well, I guess I'm out then. So I mean, I'm not even criticizing the idea that we have to exercise our conscience in such situations, and we can't be willy-nilly universalists about those kinds of things. But I don't know.
That's why we love you here, CW.
Well, thank you so much, Lance, for having the courage to comment on that video. I was kind of despairing because I felt like, okay, my conversation with Andre Henry managed to rise above mudslinging here, but I haven't quite got to the level of productive discourse because nobody fucking wants to touch it. It's like the goddamn third rail or some shit. Well, I really appreciate your engaging with it at all, because I did, the blowback was not in the comments section, which I guess I should be happy about, but I got a lot of kind of bemusing direct messages about it. Let's just put it that way. So
how about this direct message? We've got Luke up on.
Hey, Luke!
This is how I cannot stand to be falsely represented. I have to point out, listen here, I've been listening to Mitch, so I need to point out every instance of where I think something is wrong. And I have to come on here and make sure everyone knows, because I don't want you to be led astray. I want everyone to be safe. And so if something is wrong, I need to come on here and speak my mind, right? This daughter of mine, CW, you haven't, I guess you've kind of met my kids, maybe. But this particular daughter of mine is like the least theological person I've ever met. Like, she doesn't think about things theologically at all. She took it completely off face value. She just took the pastor at his word. He just said, this is meaningless. It doesn't mean anything. It's about a mere remembrance. He was outlining nominalism completely. And then I just turned to her and he just said there's no reason to do it. So why would I do it?
And I didn't mean to undercut the sublimity or beauty or poignancy of the anecdote, because it is very effective. I'm just saying there's arguably a broader context in which it's not as much of a slam dunk on somehow, resolving the issue of the sacrament within Christian tradition or something. That's all it's true.
Yeah, because if it is merely a sign, it is not a sacrament. It is no longer a symbol, so it's not a sacrament.
Yeah. And so it goes.
Well, Mitch, this was a perfect. So you raised this situation, like, and Luke coming in to talk about it, like you talk about when someone says something. Here we have CW pops on to communicate how that thing that Luke said in that conversation.
I like to joke, CW should really stand for content warning. Because something's going to get fucked up and there's going to be explicit profanities.
So he felt the need to come on and share about that, and then Luke had to come on, whatever. So again, I think that is important.
Let's see if we can get him back again. Let's see how many times we can get him to drop back.
Yeah, CW. That's why the conversation, and that's why I asked you, hey, how do we get him to hang out here? But then you said, hey, go become a follower of his music, and maybe you can get into his circle or whatever.
Well, it's interesting because what you didn't know, Lance, is he's been doing a lot of stuff on Instagram lately, kind of unpacking and deconstructing, which is an unfortunate word, like his time in activism. And he's basically started saying to his 50,000 fucking Instagram followers or something, look, I don't care about anybody following me on social media who is not trying to actually support my music. I just don't have time for it, because he's gotten so much blowback from the purity culture, as he describes it, within the activist movement. And so it's a really interesting kind of subtext in what's going on in his life now, trying to sort of maintain his own sanity while having been made almost unwittingly like an anti-racist icon of sorts.
Yeah. Well, and I would just see for myself when I find ourselves in this cultural moment or whatever, like that conversation is the one, CW, I'll be selfishly speaking for me, that I need to have better understanding of. Like I need to have better understanding of it. I need to communicate because clearly he's a good faith guy. Also, he's running those circles. I mean, being a Fuller guy and everything else, like there's a common language that he and I would be able to speak about too, right? So I find that really fascinating. And there were so I took my own medicine on that, CW. He was saying some things that I wanted to just say that is a broad brush wrong, statement about, white Christians or whatever.
Like his tongue-in-cheek characterization of, I can't really say how many evangelicals are racist. Well, I guess I can because this percentage voted for Trump. There's a lot of trolling. Things.
Yeah, exactly. And so, for example, so the reason I would vote for Trump had nothing to do with any of that. And in fact, I would think it's actually, so whatever. So any rate, but that was a situation where I started watching it and I caught myself, maybe in the first 20 minutes or so, he said a few things like that. And then I immediately had a visceral reaction to it. But then I stopped myself almost as quickly and was like, hey, I need to listen to this. You know what I mean? And so I felt like
what makes you that rare person, Lance? Do you think it is your experience with AA or your faith journey or what is that? We have another one here too in Chad, so maybe
some of us have tried. So in a 12-step group, there's this thing. Some of us have tried to hold on to our old ideas, and the result was nil until we let go. Absolutely, I have to be willing to sacrifice any thought that I have on the altar. I have to be willing to do those things. The other thing that I guess I would say with respect to that is, I've got 20 somethings. Right. And so my stepdaughter is in that is working towards that camp. Right. So I have someone I love and know and everything else. And so I just feel like this is the healing that needs to happen. Like this division, this is the healing. These are the conversations. This is the healing that has to happen. If I can't communicate effectively and understand and find common ground, even if there's some disagreement on some things with someone like Andre, we don't have a chance.
Well, fucking kudos to you, Lance, because I'll be completely honest. It didn't come up in my conversation with Andre, but it took years to get me to the point where I could receptively read a book like this. And I'm willing to say the only reason it really happened is because my wife and I happened to be fucking walking by George Floyd as he was being arrested. And the ensuing conflagration of ideological warfare that erupted from that, I could not help but see in a radically different way, because that was a real fucking human being who died fucking 5 blocks from my goddamn fucking house. And that's what got me to giving a hearing to Andre Henry. Because honestly, what happened was he, somewhat foolishly, I would say, had put his cell phone number on his Twitter account. Now, a few weeks before George Floyd was killed, I heard Andre Henry on the Liturgist podcast because some progressive, highfalutin Anglican friends I know, retweeted it or some shit. And I was like, oh, okay, I'll check this out. And so he was in my mind when all of this stuff happened. And I go to Twitter and he's got his fucking cell phone number there. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna fucking reach out to this guy. And he was very fucking patient and receptive and I would say saintly to me as I tried to process all of these complex fucking feelings. He hadn't even written the book yet. But that's kind of the background for how I came to a place where I could fucking listen to Andre Henry, who just the other day, he frequently admits, I'm a problematic person. I know that. So, but God bless you, Lance, for fucking being able to do it without being in proximity to fucking Black Death. So, good on you.
So would you say also good to see you, CW. would you say that
Hey,
you
Chad.
would reach? Would you say that you would reach some sort of like a point of subtle desperation? You know, desperate meaning uh, uh, kind of like a hopeless a hopeless position. You know, one that is impossible to deal with. Like almost like a combinatorial explosiveness around George Floyd's death, and like, how is this happening? Because like I think that to me what you're talking about is, and I wanted to read something here real quick. We're talking about, so if anybody out there who's like suffering from, let's say, the meaning crisis or the meta crisis in like a desperate way, which means like this subtle hopelessness, you like, I can't put my finger on what the fuck is happening. Why do I feel this way? Why do I feel so disconnected? That's what drives guys like Lance and myself into a spiritual solution. It's not because we wanted to. Like, that's the fucking last thing anybody wants to do, you know. And so what it is I just want to read this thing here. It's from the book, the AA book, and it's from the chapter "We Agnostics." It says, uh, "There was a feeling of awe and wonder, but it was fleeting and soon lost. Yes, we of agnostic temperament have had these thoughts and experiences. Let us make haste to reassure you that we found that as soon as we are able to lay aside prejudice and express even a willingness to believe in a power greater than ourselves, we commence to get results, even though it was impossible for any of us to fully define or comprehend the power which is God. Much to our relief, we discovered we did not need to consider another's conception of God. Our own conception, however inadequate, was sufficient to make the approach and to effect a contact with him. As soon as we admitted the possible existence of a creative intelligence, a spirit of the universe underlying the totality of things, we begin to be possessed of a new sense of power and direction, provided we took other simple steps. We found that God does not make too hard of terms with those who seek him. To us, the realm of the spirit is broad, roomy, all-inclusive, never exclusive, or forbidding to those who earnestly seek. It is open, we believe, to all men. And the only way that that works is this next bit here. It says, so when therefore we speak to you of God, we mean your own conception of God. This applies to other spiritual expressions, which you find in this book, or let's say anywhere that you find spiritual expressions. Do not let any prejudice you may have against spiritual terms deter you from honestly asking yourself what they mean to you. At the start, this is all we needed to commence spiritual growth, to affect our first conscious relation with God as we understood him. Afterward, we found ourselves accepting many things which then seemed entirely out of reach. That was growth. But if we wish to grow, we had to begin somewhere. So we used our own conception, however limited it was. And this idea of outgrowing prejudice, it's like nobody wants to do that. And what I mean by prejudice, the actual definition is to have an opinion about something, one that's not rooted in actual fact or experience. And so we have all sorts of these things I agree with, things I
Contempt before investigation.
Right, even the things I agree with, you know. So it's like, and you would only do it if you're like, fuck my life, dude. Why do I, you know, I have everything I ever seemingly wanted, right? I have material success and this and that, or whatever it is, but I still wake up in the morning. I even have like, I'm even an active member in my church, and I still wake up with fucking suicidal feelings. What the fuck is going on? And that's, at that point, it's the only point at which you can actually grow, and that's a willingness. And so, like, when you talk about walking by George Floyd, that's what I see. I mean, a lot of us felt that way. All of 2020 and 2021 was a complete fucking shit show. It was like piled on compiled bullshit. And so that's what all of this takes. That's a humility, and humility is hard. But if you don't humble yourself, you will be humbled. That's my experience. So
I think
sorry
that's
for
right.
rambling.
You know, I gave Grim Grizz a book by Herman Hesse, which then he derisively referred to as some kind of pagan polemic or something. But honestly, his writing, his God Mask writing, reminded me of this Nobel Prize winning German novelist, existentialist novelist. That's why I gave it to him. But anyway, in the front, I wrote a little inscription. I said, it's at a total loss that we come to know God, the greatest of gains. And I think that's kind of what you're getting at there, Chad. There has to
The
be
idea is
something beyond
When I
this.
when I listen to
Paul, you jumped on. It sounds like you might have a short period of time. What did you want to add to the conversation?
No, I'm just loving it. I'm just loving it. Chad, what did you quote out of the big book?
Alcoholics Anonymous, the big book. Yeah,
The big book. Okay,
you got to
I
read that thing, Paul.
I know. I probably have a copy here that I got from one of my church parishioners who died. What I need, I'm sure it's on Kindle. It's on Kindle, isn't it?
Yeah, it's free. You can even find the PDF right on AA's website. Just type
All right,
AA
I'm
Big
gonna
Book.
download the PDF because that is one heck of a quote. And in many ways, I mean, someone said it. This has been an amazing stream. You know, there is so much AA and TLC, and you guys have been differentiating it. And oh, there it is. And you know, CW. I also love what CW is doing. It's like I love he brings.
But you can't comment on my video, Paul. You can send me some low-key text message about how, oh, it was so great. I had 1,000 thoughts, but no comments. No comments came to mind.
CW is one of those. CW is one of those children in the TLC that feels
I
abandoned
need
by
affirmation,
Papa
Paul. I need affirmation. My father abandoned me. Come on, give me a minute.
There are so many in the TLC that need affirmation from Papa Paul, and they just can't get enough of it.
Me too.
I told one of them to call you. Honestly, one of them came to me and they said, look, I'm thinking of leaving. I'm going to tell Paul to take down my randos conversation. I'm going to cancel my membership. And I said, you know, you should just fucking call him. You're a member. He foolishly gave out his cell phone number. Call the man.
This person does this regularly. And people do it at Living Stones regularly. Pastor, I need more of you. And I want to say, well, maybe what you really need more of is Jesus. But, you know I'm the substitute for now. But at some point, you're going to find him, and I won't be so important.
Well, the thing I love about CW, Paul, is he touches the third rails on Christianity, third rails about this racial stuff. And I mean, obviously, you grew up with a father who was part of this racial reconciliation church. It's been a heart of what you've been. So you've been inside it, not outside of it. So you have a lot to say of it. And these are one of these things that we don't want to have a conversation about on the TLC. But the fact of the matter is, this is playing a big role in what we're all living in right now. And so having some of these conversations, I think, are really important. And like I was in the open studio with Kyle last week, and I noted, which is, I'm willing to say this is like, it seems to be a white people meaning crisis because we don't have a lot of black folks that are coming into our conversations. And, it is a different, like there is meaning crisis.
Poor Tayo.
How does it feel to be the token black guy, Tayo?
But I'm not going to run away.
But he's real African. He's not African American, so he doesn't count.
He's Nigerian. He's not.
Yeah,
well, and we talk about that because being a Black American is very different than being a Nigerian.
Yeah,
completely.
Well, not completely, because American colonized everyone, including blackness, for some reason. So now, there's. I was going to bring us back to the race thing because when CW described is George Floyd.
Love you guys. Gotta go.
See you later. I love you, bro. What came to my mind was so that it took you being that close for you to be affected by black. So that was the first thought. And we spoke about ignorance earlier, Lance. That's part of it. And I also thought about this rapper Show Baraka, who I'm trying to get into this corner because he's probably responsible for the deconstruction of a lot of blacks from evangelical Christianism, because he rightly pointed out that they were willing to invite the rappers to come to the youth conferences as long as they only they stick to speaking about just the goodness of God and all of this, and not talking about anything controversial. So he made an album, a Christian hip hop album, where there were a couple swear words and he said the N-word on one of the songs. which was like really controversial since like 2014, and that led to a whole bunch of other quote unquote Christian rappers deconstructing and citing the fact that Christianity was more of a white thing, white language. And yeah, it's that conversation's not had in TLC mainly because there's not enough of Black Americans. I don't feel I've got the different conversation I would have with a Black American than I would with a white American. But to me, I see it as in the context of the UK, I think it's hilarious. I was at the George Floyd protest in Coventry. There was a George Floyd protest in Coventry and I went just because I'm like, oh, it's lockdown and there's a protest in Coventry. I need to even just for the historic moments alone. And there's a picture of me with a sign that my friend gave me as well. So this was it's a very different reaction. I can imagine a lot of the TLC members did not they saw the George Floyd as a totally different thing. It was more confirmation of the progressive and the wokeness and all of this and all of that. But yeah, that's not what was really on the ground for the most part.
So Teo, how much of that reaction do you think was part of this whole effect of, America sneezes and the world catches cold? Or what is your reading of the kind of global scope of the George Floyd moment? Because I'm like so much in the goddamn bubble of it being like a local fucking issue for my neighborhood that I almost can't even comprehend like what the fuck happened outside of here. Yeah,
it's yes, you said the first part. It's American globalism. There's a rant I used to go on like at a uni with my friends talking about how everyone's claiming to be Black, but you lot not Black. I know you know where you're from. Americans claim Blackness because there's no direct link back to like the African country that they came from. So yeah, African American colonized Blackness like for the rest of us for the most part. So there's and also we all grew up listening to hip hop, so there's that spiritual music connection to it. But the George Floyd wasn't the first. It was Trayvon Martin. He's the guy with the hoodie. That was the first one that totally went everywhere. And then there was the narrative that cops are killing Black kids, and that narrative now, like looking back, clearly sold. And a lot of us, like this was 2014, none of us were really that much looking at the way the internet affects what we think. We're just consuming it. So that a lot of people believe the narrative, and that was when there's a video every Tuesday of some cop killing a Black kid. Yeah, you will buy into the narrative. And it's so much so that there are people in the UK, Black people in the UK, that look at UK cops like that, which is hilarious to me. Because
they don't even carry guns. That was an entirely different environment.
Exactly, like only a special unit can carry guns. But you can cop civilian dynamic it's not like there's it's easy to go, yeah, they're oppressive because they've got more power. If that's the story that you're just telling yourself, more power equals oppressive. So I can see how that translated over. But yeah, a lot of it is American globalization that's affecting the rest of the world.
Well, isn't there a weird analogy here to go ahead?
Well, I think why we need to have these conversations, which is like you just mentioned this thing, like R.G. Fryer, who did I don't know if you've heard about that CW, he did as Harvard professor, tenured, he was loved, did a study on police violence. And he saw that actually there were more stop and frisk and harassing that was going on for sure. But when he actually did the statistics and the numbers, he saw that there wasn't this disproportionate use of deadly force violence against Black Americans. He then went back and redid the research because he didn't trust it. He's an inner city kid. And then he came out and found out, no, that's what the research was actually saying. So when I talk about both sides are being gaslit, and the other thing about George Floyd, which you'll see on the one side, which is true, there's an autopsy report. He had lethal doses of drugs. He swallowed his drugs before the arrest, and that had happened before. So there are all these things that kind of get baked into this thing, and we can't have nuanced conversations, about this sort of thing. And to me, that's why I think your conversation with Andre is so important, CW, and why I want to listen to it and have that conversation is there's some truth somewhere in the middle. Like I need to even though I stated those facts right there, right, CW, I'm of the generation of NWA, F the police. And then we saw Rodney King. Being beaten on an LA street, and I'm the same age as Dr. Dre. So teenagers were telling me what it was like living in their neighborhood in South Central. And I believe Gen X, we believe we rail against authority. So I trusted teenagers that were my age that were telling me the truth of their story. So when I saw that was F the police coming true, and believed it, right? So my moment was the Rodney King moment back in the early 90s. Like I see this thing, I see young people that are my age, and I love their music, and they're telling the truth about their situation. It plays out live in front of us on TV. They played that over and over and over. So I saw that this thing was really going on, right? And so, we need to have these, these conversations.
Well, so Lance, part of the difficulty in having the conversations is, you alluded to facts. Now, the difficulty there is they're only interpreted facts, and vis-a-vis. And I'm not going to get into the whole fucking like war of narratives bullshit that you're rightly calling out there. But I will say that vis-a-vis George Floyd specifically, I encourage people to read, if they're interested in the rectitude of the judicial result in Derek Chauvin's trial, to read a 3-part piece by Radley Balko, who used to write criminal justice for many years for the Washington Post, called The Retconning of George Floyd. The Retconning of George Floyd, Radley Balko. I'll just...
Balko? Okay.
Yeah, Balko. So I'll just throw that out there. Because, he very much addresses the sort of pushback on the result. And I mean, full disclosure, like I said, for me, it's a little bit different because it's like it's a local issue. And my wife and I, we watched the entire trial, including the jury selection, mostly just to emotionally process having such close proximity to this thing that had become like a global event, and yet having really no personal connection to it at all either. It was just a complete fucking mind fuck of a thing. And like our families even, who live out in further flung suburbs, had a completely different reaction and immediately are like inundating us with these like polemical kinds of abstractions. And I just like, shut the fuck up, just like leave me the hell alone. Because I couldn't think of it in abstract terms. And like I said to Burn Power, on his channel, I get why people do that, because we need vocabulary to discuss these extremely complex, large issues. But what is, strikes me, since my own anecdotal experience of my relationship or whatever to the George Floyd incident, is that these things get caught up in the narrative for both sides. So it's like there's a kind of right-wing narrative that is, we can't give an inch, because if we allow the possibility that there could be police corruption or some criminal behavior, then it'll be like the end of the police and the collapse of civic order. And then there's the left that says, we can't give an inch, because if we allow that this, wasn't a criminal corrupt action, then we'll just have the lynching of black people endlessly in the streets. But nobody gives a shit about what actually fucking happened in the goddamn incident. And that's what strikes me, is it just becomes, more litmus test and as I said, kind of interpreted facts, or in this case, dogmatically imposed facts. So I would say if anybody is, for whatever reason, interested in, whether Derek Chauvin was rightly convicted, they should read that fucking Balko piece, I would say. because he does a pretty good job arguing that the polemics coming out that you were parenting Lance. Oh, he had drugs in his system. I mean, he addresses all that shit. So I would encourage that. But again, I'm not saying that you're the problem. I said,
no. I need to learn more, but we need to be able to have the conversation in the middle. And it's so hard to have conversations in the middle right now with nuance, right?
Yeah. Well, here I come with all my F-bombs, just escalating everything.
So I've lived my whole life, much of my life I lived in Patterson and now in Sacramento. Some of my life I lived in Grand Rapids, but I lived in the ghetto. And then I lived in the Dominican Republic. Racism is a fact of life everywhere. But like all facts, the big transition that's happening in this little corner is, and Luke bears this out, from the monarchical to the personal. And you can't get away from the transjective reality of these two perspectives. We all have them. And so for many white people, racism is, well, let me say it this way. For majority culture people, this is usually a little bit better. Now, majority is also fractal. And so if you're a Haitian in the Dominican Republic, I mean, the kinds of racism I heard in the Dominican Republic among people that most Americans would look at and say, they're all the same color. Didn't look that way in the Dominican Republic at all. And the conversations about it, not the conversations like everybody wants to have here in America, but the conversations about it. There was a guy named Pena Gomez who was a perennial candidate for presidency of the Dominican Republic. He was darker than many. And I mean, the things that were said in public about Pena Gomez because of his skin color just made my ears bleed. I mean, it's just like, okay. And so, and I was meeting not too long ago with a guy who came to talk to me, and he lives in the Bay Area, and he's pretty much about as progressive as you can find at the fringes of this little corner. And I just kind of mentioned to him that many of the people in my church won't travel to these great national parks in California because they're nervous about getting out of the city. Now, not all of the African Americans I know are. A lot of the younger ones have no problem visiting Yosemite or Shasta or any of these places. They don't think a thing of it. But a lot of the older ones, especially who grew up in either the Jim Crow South or even California in the 60s and 70s, they really paused to get out into a rural area. And I understand why. And
Paul, I have an aunt who is black, and she grew up in a very white part of I think actually New Jersey, actually. But anyway, she describes moving to Washington, D.C. and being like alarmed by how many black people were around. The complexities abound and all of these.
Oh, that's right. And it's very different. And so he was shocked that this would be the case of liberal California, but it's like California is many things. And I'm not surprised by this because, of course, I grew up in all kinds of different contexts of this, and I've seen its permutations in all kinds of different ways. And so, racism in America, of course. Racism in my heart, of course. I was one of my early interviews with this guy who blew up later, Mr. Reagan. He's like, he says I'm a conservative. I'm like, I'm not a conservative. I don't think of myself as a conservative. And he's like, but you're not a racist. I say, yeah, I'm a racist.
What?
I'm a Calvinist. Of course I'm a racist. That's part of the package I've inherited. So, I'm a bigot in how many different ways? Now I got to deal with my bigotry, sort of like Chad and Lance have to deal with their alcoholism. And so, but it's, there's no, and then I go to the UK twice now. And I'm just looking at this.
In Australia, fucking globe-trotting Paul here.
Yeah, well, I go to the UK and I just look at this network and I think, what's it like to not? I mean, it's not even what's it like to not be white? What's it like to not be born into this select group of people that can get into Harvard and then Cambridge? Oxford, sorry, wrong word. Get into Oxford, because I begin to realize I go to this ARC thing and I start talking to people, and it's like they all know each other, and they all know each other from Oxford, and they all just so happen to be at the top of the hierarchies. And these are, and I just think, and the family I was staying with at Oxford, one of the guys was just exactly the kind of English guy you would expect to have at Oxford, and his wife was of Indian descent and had a very interesting story. And, so I'm just watching this complexity, and I'm just thinking, oh gosh. And so, in many ways, what happened on the ground, and this is part of the tension between the individual and the monarchical, what happened on the ground with George Floyd, something happened on the ground. And in terms of the personalism, that all has to be worked out. But what happened then in the world was all about so many of these other issues, and then it gets permutated and contextualized and heard through filters in 8 billion different contexts. And so, it's, what are you going to do? You got to live starting with you.
You've been at this for a while, though. We've been at the Racial Reconciliation Church, as you mentioned it. How successful was that project?
I think very successful, because the way they pursued it in the 70s and 60s was different. Now, I don't know how well you can continue to pursue that now because of the changes in the world, but I grew up as a minority. I grew up as different kinds of minorities. I was a Christian Reformed white minority in a bigger American world, so I went to my little enclave school. And my little enclave church, I remember when I was a news junkie, and when I first heard that African Americans were 10% of the American population, I heard that and I said, that ain't true. Because most of the people I know are African Americans, and most of the places I go, they're like filled with African Americans, and white people seem a lot more spread out. So I thought, there's got to be way more African Americans than white people in America. And many of the kids around me never left the ghetto. So my filters were very different. But that's not an uncommon story.
Paul, people are going to hate this, but at its best, this is what intersectional language is meant to accommodate, the kind of complexity that you're describing. I get that it gets pilloried and is much maligned, but there is a utility to that way.
Yeah, and what made me angry was when I would see little black children now under the indoctrination of all of this, what Coleman Hughes is now calling, neo-racism, saying to white people, why do all white people hate me? To people that are functioning as teachers and fathers and pastors and looking back and saying, do I hate you? Well, no. Well, am I white? So you run the syllogism. And so what I find often is that older African Americans who have wisdom, who understand the complexities, have integrated a bunch of these things in terms of their world. And part of the difficulty in this area, as with many areas, is that the screen indoctrination by screens is really perpetuating many of the things that they ostensibly are designed to eliminate. It's sort of like we want to make room for all of the non-binary kids, and then you establish a value hierarchy, which you first denied. There's no such thing as value hierarchies there. But now you've established one, and so now we have all of these kids who are non-binary, when and some of them are going to be cutting off stuff and pumping stuff into their bodies, and they're just making messes of themselves that they're going to have to unpack for years to come. And I watch this and I think, oh, this is a tragedy. Whereas at least the old project of racial reconciliation tended to be much more like TLC, in that you're going to go and have a conversation with someone, and that's what it's going to be. And you're probably going to learn a little something. And so I remember when this, so we had, my father's little church was a lot like Little Living Stones, always sort of on the edge of coming apart. It was sort of fueled by the racial reconciliation movement. And then we had the president of the Holland American Cruise Lines come in. And in church, they showed a film about how Nestle's milk was basically undermining the national national milk industries in different countries. Now, this was a Dutch corporation, and what was happening was that a lot of babies around the world. I saw this in the Dominican Republic in the 90s. A lot of babies around the world were drinking formula instead of being breastfed because of these status hierarchies. Now, it played different in the Dominican Republic than it did in some places in Africa, and this guy got upset. Well, and so, but here we were all here, and we were having the conversation. Now, part of the reason we haven't had a lot of racism conversations in the TLC is because there are whole bunches of reasons. Could we? Yeah. People wondered why. Part of the reason I wanted to get Food Truck Emily into the mix was she was counter-narrative because Peterson was just sort of so pro-Israel. And so I wanted some counter-narrative in there too, just so, not necessarily to have everyone in the TLC believe so say we all with respect to Israel and Palestine.
It's only the shadow cabal. We can say so say. It's only the shadow cabal. We can say so say we all.
That's right. But instead to say, can we talk about Israel, Palestine in the TLC? Can we do a nuanced conversation? Which is why I love what CW does. He comes in dropping F-bombs. He brings in a completely non-deconstructed woke into his randos conversation. He brings in the exile. And so that's why CW as exile is somewhat TLC. But that then hits on the dynamic that Peugeot keeps looking at in terms of center and fringe. And so earlier, was it Micah that was saying, how open, when does openness go too far? And that's a very valid question. But you don't just answer the question in the abstract and leave it alone. You have to do that to a degree inside your heart, because you can't deal with everything at once. But out there in the world, many things are being worked on.
Well, there's a couple editorial choices I made in my channel, Paul, to address some of those issues that you're bringing up. Like, I don't know if people notice, the artwork is a train. It's a train because my channel runs on the third rail. That's why it's a train. But at the end, Paul, I end with a Christian, what I call the Christian manifesto. It goes, if nothing else, it seems to me that faith in the living creator God who is love personified in the historical Jesus Christ demands we be both unconditionally loving in life and uncompromisingly critical in thought. So that's where I stand, and that's how I contextualize these scary conversations.
Well, subtle artists are seldom recognized by definition. It's just the truth.
Well, I've got more question.
I got to keep working, so I'm going to keep this on, keep talking.
There's one of the things I'm reading Malcolm Martin in America, and one of the things that it seems to me is that there was always a conversation between integration and separation. And I would imagine the black people at your church that were willing to be there would be more receptive to integrating. But I don't know if there was ever the conversation between what do we do with those that don't want to integrate. And I think that
And this is a really interesting conversation. One of my good friends who in Kansas City, black guy, black church in the inner city, he keeps talking about he wants a black renaissance, because back before we had all this forced integration, actually there was wealth. And the Negro Leagues Museum is based in Kansas City, and the Negro Leagues was an amazingly good for the culture, for business. 18th and Vine, there was this whole jazz culture. And then when this forced integration came, what happened is all those businesses were lost and stuff. And then he also says something that and Paul, I think I heard you talking about this, which I thought was really interesting. He's like, segregation's not a bad thing. He's just like, I want to hang around black folk, and we want to hang around black folk, and you want to hang around white folk. It's not racist. It's just like, and it's the same thing. Like when I grew up in the 70s, we've lost a little bit of this, Paul, but my grandpa got remarried to an Italian American family, and they were uber Italian, and my great grandfather was uber Irish, and so there was Irish food, and there was still we're Irish and we're Italian, and they were proud to be Americans. Like they were fully American, yet they were fully like identified in these cultures, and these cultures were different. Like the rituals they went through, like the food and how we did certain things, like an Irish wake was very, very different than the Methodist funerals we went to, which were very prim and proper. And the Irish wake was wild and drunken. It was just like, but that was okay. Like, so, if you would think about that. So anyway, you follow, there are some people that are talking about, like, they want a black renaissance in America, a comeback of black, like, hey, invest in black business and black culture in the like get this out of the hands of the corrupt politicians who steal all the money that's supposed to go for the
the reason Black Panther made $1 billion because of that dream that you're saying, Lance. There is a not just a small people and not just a minority that do thirst after this. Yeah, dream of the. Sorry, go on, CW.
Well, I was going to say, if Paul's still working for us, it would be great if he could put in the chat another link to Henry Louis Gates Jr., the guy who does the DNA heritage stuff on PBS. He recently wrote an adapted excerpt from his new book in The Atlantic, The Black Box of Race. And I encourage people to check that out because, unlike the alleged urban monoculture, the black experience is not monolithic. And I think that's what is very much
and
the
neither is the white
substrata
experience
of this.
either, right?
Exactly. Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Listen, and this, you also find this, and people don't get this, like, there's a good friend I know who was gay and was Christian, and he was going to lead a life of celibacy, and that's what he decided to do. And so he's lived that, and he sees a lot of this stuff that's going on in this the progressive. He's pushing back against, like, he thinks gender reassignment surgeries are awful, and he just is like, why are we needing to ally with all this stuff? So again, like in any subgroup or culture, there's no monolith. Like people are as different and complex at every level.
And that's what's really going to get me canceled. Is when I have on somebody like that Paul referred to very early on in my dealings with him as the gender theologian. That's what's really going to get me canceled.
You're just trying to get canceled because you want to be that kind.
It's just expanding.
Already canceled enough. I'm happy with the way it is.
It's so funny. You've got the office, you've got the round chair. He comes and sits down. How are you not? How are you going to avoid Grim Grizz's tagging you as the Bond villain? You just have to cut off all this stuff and grow the mustache down so you can.
I think he started saying that because of my SS gloves I was wearing at ChadCon in Wisconsin there. I think that's what it was. Yeah. I tried to wash the blood off, but I guess it didn't.
See, and this is why we have fun. This is why this is fun. So
yeah, absolutely. And so I know there were some comments over there or whatever. So Tayo talked even offline or whatever, like, someone meant, I think you might have said it, CW, like the token comment about Tayo was a joke. Like he is a member of the TLC, whatever. Like there was that sense about it. And
I mean, it was a joke, but it was also an opportunity to speak to his own experience. Being, as Paul
it's
said,
both.
a
It's not either
minority.
or. Yeah, no, it's not either or. It's both and. And unless we can bring some, like, again, what I know about myself is, and it kind of comes back to this. A lot of my stuff is, my issues are mainly out of ignorance. And while I would agree with what Paul would say that there's bigotry, there's racism, those sorts of other sorts of things, I'm not the sort of person that would be painted on me by the other side. Like, it's not enough to not be racist. You have to be anti-racist. Like, there are real things that are getting pushed in that are polluting, that are dangerous and divisive and hurting everyone. And, and so that's the sort of thing why we need to, push back and have some of these conversations. And one of the best things that happened to me is when I talked about, I had this crisis that I came in here, was this crisis of the USA and this stuff going on. I needed to change my timeline. I actually got off of Twitter for almost 2 years. And now my timeline, I had to carefully cultivate it, but I can't consume all this gaslighting all the time. For either side, I can't consume it.
You and Andre Henry are right there on that point, I think.
Yeah, because it was making me angry.
And what's the opposite of gaslighting, Lance, if not clearing the air? And I feel like there's a beautiful potential in the TLC to do exactly that. And if we embrace that aspect of our identity, I think, the sky's the limit here. I really do.
The TLC has the same, once TLC became a thing, tell us or not.
Yeah, we're fucked. We're completely fucked, Paul.
We're in that tension between the monarchical, which is the TLC, and all of our little apprehensions and visions for it, myself included.
Mm-hmm.
And that little speech you just gave is a great example of it. I wish the TLC would blank. Well, now we're there.
Are you saying I gave a speech, Paul? That was a deeply sincere comment. What the fuck are you saying? Like, what is this? Where's the good faith now? Okay, forget it. I retract everything. There's no clearing the air. We're all fucked.
Unsubscribe.
Navigating patterns. Go to navigating patterns.
When I finally got the attention from Papa Paul I wanted, he didn't show up like I wanted him to.
No, that's why I keep you around, Paul. Betty's pies whenever you want. Like,
oh god.
Well, and CW. I think that's why. Again, that's why I tried to encourage you both offline and in those things. Like, I think what you're doing is really important. And I think you stretch me. Let's just say this. You stretch me in areas that need to be stretched. And I try to practice what I preach. I do it very poorly, but there's also this wisdom that I got, which is something that hits me, that really gets my goat. I need to pause. I need to pause and take a step back and try and assess what it is. And Chad came in here and wanted to talk about this. So one of the fundamental things that's talked about in 12-step stuff is all these prejudices you have about all sorts of things, right? And those sorts of things just block you what's called the sunlight of the spirit. And the other thing is that that I think the thing that you see, the one place where I participate in a melting pot is in 12-step, because you have a CEO and a garbage man, and you have rich and poor, you have all sorts of colors, you have educated and uneducated, and you come together. And here's the deal: everyone is in the same boat, trying to do the best they can. And you get all of this mishmash of experience. But what you see is we are blessed because we have survived the same shipwreck. We have a common thread that ties us together. And then we're on this journey to try and get it together. So, that's why you will hear people say, I'm a grateful alcoholic. And they mean that, because without being in that place, in that space, you wouldn't have been given the opportunity to learn the things you needed to learn to be on the path that you're on. And without that, where would you be? So, and yet I would say this, I fight because I'm in the milieu of the culture and everything else. I step out. It's like anything else. I step out of that, and then all this old crap in me comes up, and I don't act appropriately, and I don't see things that way or whatever. But at least putting myself in that environment every week, multiple times a week, like I get to see it in real life, And so I think you pushing certain, and we won't. I would probably venture to say we will not enter the same places of agreements on things, but I think we can have a better understanding of each
Well,
other.
I mean, I hope not, because if we do, then there is no real diversity, like underlying the phenomenon. So I hope not. I mean, in an ultimate sense, yeah.
Well, and I think Sherry shared this. She got it from Yosef, and I need to get it down very specifically. But there was this sense came from a sage or something where basically, I don't know if it was a rabbi or whatever, and it was just like when he came to the end of his life, and God, and he trying to be more like Moses or more like Abraham or whatever, and God would say, "I didn't want you to be more like Moses or Abraham. I wanted you to be more like Zizosa or some name like that." And the point is that you're called to live the life that you're supposed to be fully yourself. There is, in this unity and multiplicity, there is the multiplicity that is you, and you have to live that with integrity, and you need to live that out to its fullest. But there's the unity, like in its simplest sense, there's this foundation that they say that everything is pinned upon in 12-step recovery, is this understanding that that God, He is the Father and you are the child, that everyone is a child of God. And I know that sounds so corny and so simple and so Sunday school.
Not to me. Van Til used to tell a funny little parable about the little girl on the train sitting on her father's lap, who would slap him in the face. And the only reason, he would note, that she's able to do so is that he's lovingly holding her there. And are we not all that before a holy, transcendent, living creator God?
See, Calvinism's going to win. TW.
You like that speech, Paul? You like that fucking speech, don't you? I see how it is.
You're not the first one to talk about that fucking speech. No, it was that damn speech that one of my members once said about Sunday. Said, after that damn speech you gave in church, I said, "Oh, well, you mean my sermon?" And so you're by no means the first to wield these 4-letter words there at BCW.
Yeah, no, I know you can handle it. That's why. The only reason.
Well, and I think at the essence, I think how this ties together is what people are trying to come here. The meaning crisis, a lot of it is, how do I live and move and have my being? Like some of these deep things that we're really trying to get to, right? And this plays a big role in it.
It does. So
Paul, since you're here, duck-seed bread. They do. They like it. This is our true covenant, Paul. This is
that's right.
This is the true depth underlying our relationship. Somebody sent me a fucking I'm gonna try not to swear anymore. So somebody sent me, my in-laws, it really bothers them, so I'm gonna try. But somebody sent me a gift from this little corner. And they're like, "Oh, I found the perfect gift for you." And I'm like, "Okay." And so, I reluctantly provide my address or whatever. This huge fucking thing arrives. And it's like this really expensive framed piece of art. And it's like some kind of Latin saint. I don't know, who the fuck it is. I guess it's like the patron saint of bakeries or some shit. And I'm like, what is this? He's like, "Duck-seed bread. It's the patron saint of bacon." I'm like, "Oh my God." This is what my life has become.
That's right.
No.
And it's
find some wall to put the fucking thing on. It's like, this is like a horrible burden.
And it's Grim Grizz who gives savings throws for mind control, which is the most hilarious things ever, because even though his channel is small, his mind control is huge thanks to his branding. It's repetition.
What's your favorite branding?
Liturgy.
I like Johannes Climacus, the one with the giant creepy eye and the guy climbing the ladder. You know what I'm talking about? That's my favorite Brendan, but I know everybody's got their own. But Johannes Climacus.
Johannes,
John
wanted to-
very nice Kierkegaard. Very nice.
I wanted to. Chad keeps bringing this up. Actually, I think something different is going to go on here in the United States. People are wondering. So this came up on a live stream, one of Luke's live streams. Like, why are we not talking about the election and stuff? The fact of the matter is, everyone's made up their mind this time around. Everyone knows exactly who they're voting for, and the reasons why they're voting for them. And many of them are not the way the other side wants to prescribe to you why you're voting for them. And they're also, both of these people were presidents. They can't scare you with what it's like under Trump. You know what it was like under Biden. So they're going to try and gaslight us, and there will be black swan events. We already know that's going to happen from the archons. And by the way, the archons are on both sides. And so people are just checking. Some people are kind of caught up but most people, they know exactly what they're going to do come November. And so that's why the thing I think is going to be really interesting is no one's watching mainstream media anymore. No one's watching the news. So no matter what CNN or MSNBC or Fox News or want to say, nobody's watching them. Like, literally, if you look at the viewership, it's nothing. So they know this. They also don't have control over Twitter anymore. So there's this other weird thing that's going on. So the fact of the matter is, like, this isn't some. You're not going to see the debates are going to matter, or like this. We're in this one place where this weird point in time where people are going to vote who they're going to vote, and it's just going to be interesting to see whether or not the votes are counted, or this, that, or the other, or whatever. But I just don't think that people this election season that just bracing for this is like. Plus, we've been so gaslit so much on all sides. I think, and you would say CW on the other side, but whatever. Like, also, people are kind of people are getting immune to the gaslighting to some extent too.
Or they're just sucking the gas.
Yeah, we're all just toppling over dead. Is what's maybe happening. But
yeah, you certainly have those people that there are people in my family members that watch certain things or that they're caught up in that, and every new thing is a rage thing for them. But I think a lot of people have unplugged from that. I really do. At least that would be my.
A friend of mine was at the White House Easter egg roll, not because he's some kind of hardcore Biden supporter, but because he's like a professional Easter bunny. So that's pretty crazy.
I did that one year though, but when I was in high school, I was the Easter bunny.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Many a kid got his picture.
But not at the White House though, Lance. Right?
No. I was in the mall in Bellevue, Nebraska.
So you should have kept at it. You could have got there. You could have got into the halls of power as hopping right in there.
I missed my moment. All right. Well, I need
have
to
we ended this live stream now? Have we concluded?
Paul, are you going to commit to our fucking conversation?
I'll do it, but I got to send you a link for you to pick a date on, because I've got a wedding at the end of May and a wedding in July. And those are two sons getting married this summer.
It's whenever you want, Paul. If you want to do it like 3 years from now, it's all you. Like,
I'd rather do it sooner than later, because I think your channel's going to blow up, because you're really, you're bringing.
Well, thank you, Papa Paul. You're giving me the affirmation that I never had as a child. I can sleep soundly at night now. Finally, like.
Oh, Papa Paul loves me. Papa Paul loves me. And everything I think he agrees with.
The Yeti man has shown me favor.
Well, and thank CW. I'll keep to those of you if CW pushes the wrong buttons, I'd just ask to kind of ask yourself why. Hold yourself back.
Talk to Lance. Please. Wow. Don't talk to me, for God's sake. Talk to Lance.
No, Tayo, I'm not going to be at the Breakwater Festival. I'm sorry, I couldn't make the dates work with my with all of my weddings this year, so I won't be at the Breakwater Festival. I'm really sorry about that. I wish I could be, because the European gatherings are wonderful, and the European gatherings are sort of like the littler corner of the little corner. But they're so diverse, even though they're almost all white, because you got the Estonians and the Macedonians and they're they're really an interesting bunch over there in Europe. So, but you know, the time change and everything, they're marginalized thanks to we Americans who hold the center.
Someone please highlight my comment because not fucking Joseph Smith on my wall. Thank you. Holy shit. I don't know why. You know, you pay so much money to this British painter to make this custom fucking thing for your wall, and everybody thinks it's
everybody thinks he's Joseph Smith.
This is my life, Paul. This is what it's come to.
That's a good place to end it. And Paul, we're all looking forward to your Rest is History breakdown of the Luther series. It's fascinating, isn't it? It's wonderful.
It's so interesting, and there's plenty of bones to pick. I mean, what's the most interesting thing in that series is Sandbrook, because Holland we've got napped, but Sandbrook is evolving. Because if you check out Sandbrook a few years ago and Sandbrook now, I was thinking the other day, I might reach out to Dominic Sandbrook and do a randos conversation with him.
That would be amazing. That would be amazing.
Yeah. No, I think like I said earlier, like them not being within it to have the conversation about it is fast. But see, Tom is further within it. Or I'm sorry. Why am I drawing a blank? The main character, your love affair with Dominion. What's it? I'm drawing a blank on his name.
Tom Holland.
Yeah, Tom. Yeah.
Spider.
So he's more within it now, right?
Right.
He's more within it,
right?
But not fully within it, because there are these little nuances that I have seen. You know, even now, more that I've done Orthodoxy 4 years, there are these little things I can map onto that I never could have now. And he's more without it. So the perfect couple to tackle this.
Oh, and it's so you know, Fleba says Dominic siding with the magisterium. I mean, and because
destroyed me.
For Chad, so I've been watching the stream, and there are all these moments thinking, oh, I got to download this thing and clip it, but it takes a few hours after it's on there, and will I remember, yada, yada. But what Chad said earlier about metamodern Christianity, I thought was exactly right. And what we're seeing with someone like Tom Holland is metamodern Christianity. So and same with Peterson and his, I'm on the borders. Yeah, you're on the borders. You're super metamodern, Jordan, because you're deeply Protestant in many moves, but you're gonna take from some Catholicism and take from some Orthodoxy, and you're gonna kind of put it in your Protestant bowl, and you know, Tom Holland with his whole Marian prayer, and you know, that as being important. And I mean, Chad was exactly right that the picture of metamodern Christianity is the Dutch Calvinist elder Job who prays the rosary. I mean, that's where this is going. And Chad was exactly right. We're not at a protest anymore. I got to go back and see what word Chad used because it was the right word. We're doing something.
Contestants is what Chad likes to say. He says we're contestants.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Because contestants is nice because there still is contest, but there's also participation. Contestants.
And yet the protest can never end if the protest is the rejection of any attempt to usurp divine authority. That's my little spiel.
No, I'm going to have to think about that.
Yeah, because Paul Tillich talks about the Protestant principle, and it's just that, the philosophical rejection of any attempt to usurp divine authority. In that sense, yeah, it predates even the Reformation in Christianity, and it better fucking persist as well.
Yeah. Well, and that's something deep within. Well, it's at the heart of the third commandment. I mean, and that's something that we seldom talk about, but often it comes up where any representation you make, it can be an ecclesiastical representation, it can be a statue, it can be a theological articulation, and this is where Luke, of course, fits in here. You know, any representation you make is going to, in some ways, betray the Creator. But we as human beings can't know the Creator without representations. So we're caught in this tension. and God manages it. I mean, burning bush, top of Sinai, still small voice, Jesus Christ. I mean, but you can never sort of capture it, and that's the whole point. You can't wield it. That's idolatry.
Condescends, revealing himself in the manner of his choosing, as Calvin said, right?
That's right, and which is why, again, to me, it's like when, even though Calvinists are fairly known for their doctrinalism and their dogmatism and all of their own petty idolatries that all of us consume and create, that notion that CW was just talking about was very much part of this, that finally, and the AA people get it, finally we all have to have open hands to receive. Yeah, because this can't be, and this is of course the frustration of every parent. You want to deliver it. Well, you can invite them, you can present it, and your whole life is a presentation.
Well, this was Kierkegaard, Paul. It's only following Socrates. It's only as a midwife that we can hope to deliver that kind of true spirituality.
That's right, and we come to, we come to peace with that, and that's a hard peace when you have children and loved ones and all of these. Oh crap, you guys! I can't.
We're gonna have to crash the plane if it doesn't land.
I can't get work done with you people. You're too interesting. He leaves.
That's a good way to end it.
All right.
All right.
Thanks
Thanks
for
showing up, Paul.
Thanks for doing what you do.